guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
We knew the time would roll around sooner rather than later. Hey, look at there. Made it through Hump Day. That means we've got a Thursday coming on. One step closer to the weekend. And one step closer to our Friday morning special guest, Chris Gombrelchik with Hot Shot Secret. Yep, your opportunity to check in with Chris. We'll give you more on that coming up here. But as we get things underway here, another brand new day. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's going well. If you're traveling in, parts of the eastern USA, your day, your week hasn't been going well. What a mess we've seen. And as we speak, there are potentially tens of thousands without power. The numbers are going to continue to go. We've been talking the last few nights about a major ice storm. Looking at the headline from AccuWeather, ice storm may cut power for hundreds of thousands. As I look at the radar scene, you've got a lot of snow in the Northeast. The snow's been coming down heavily in parts of Maryland for several hours now. The Weather Channel had one of their guys stationed live there in Frederick, Maryland. Big fat flakes coming down a couple hours ago. So lots of snow. In the Washington, D.C. area, it looks like you're kind of in the mixed bag right now. Rain to the south, a little sleet, mixed precip right in the D.C. area. It's snow further to the north. Snows over much of Pennsylvania. Now, we've got snow falling pretty much New Jersey, you're socked in. It's snowing in New York City. The initial band of snow is now pushed through the Pittsburgh area. But you get on up further to the north, Some light snow now beginning to come into play in southern New York, western New York, not quite up to Albany just yet, but it's all creeping that direction. The nasty icing mess, according to the depictions on the radar. That's where you get pink colors and purple colors. So sleet, freezing rain, the mixture of the two, all that nasty stuff. They were telling us Kentucky was going to get hit hard. And you've been seeing quite a bit, and there's much more where that came from. We've got some mixed precip falling from Louisville to Lexington. Lexington's actually in the heavier mixed bag of precipitation. All the way over into Charleston, West Virginia. That line stretching all the way back into western Kentucky, the southernmost reaches of Indiana and Illinois. Some light mixed precip all the way down into Memphis. You get down into southern Arkansas. There's a line of heavier rains stretching from that northeastern corner of Texas on through northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas. Some really heavy rain. Some pockets of thunder in the mix there. Thunderstorms on over into west central portions of Mississippi. So a very active weather map once again. There's a zone between Memphis and Nashville that's also got some pockets of very heavy rain falling at this hour. On the backside of the storm, we're looking at another batch of light snow stretching from right now, especially between, say, Quincy, Illinois, and St. Louis, and stretching on up into central and eastern portions of Illinois. Little bit of light snow now reaching over to the westernmost portions of Indiana. That's going to be kind of the wraparound, the backside, the winding up of the storm eventually. So in other words, we've got a swath stretching from eastern Texas, northeast Texas, all the way up into the northeastern portions of the country. We're talking about a 1,000-mile stretch of the country that's dealing with this nasty, messy mix. Now, unlike the quick-hitting storm from earlier this week, this one's going to take its time. It's going to be more of a longer duration event as the snow and ice expands through the mid-Atlantic as we work our way into a Thursday morning. Wintry weather is also going to be slow to retreat on the western side of that storm. So this is going to bring another snow event to parts of the Northeast that have already been crushed this month in February. Crews already overwhelmed with the task of trying to remove the feet of snow that had piled up in parts of the Northeast. Again, with this shot of snow, the heaviest snow, 6 to 12 inches, with some areas could see as much as 24 inches in parts of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and West Virginia. Major cities along that I-95 corridor, Philadelphia, New York City, you're going to pick up some accumulating snows. Philadelphia, more along the lines of a couple, 3 inches from this storm. And then New York City, not so bad compared to the storms you've seen in recent weeks. But you'll get a respectful couple of inches of snow. Now, the forecasters are predicting 3 to 6 inches of snow in the Washington, D.C. metro area. Baltimore, some heavier snow just west of both of those cities. This may end up being kind of a double barrel system that could unleash 2 separate rounds of precip. You'll have a pretty significant pause in between the storms on Thursday from parts of Ohio to Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Further inland, Pittsburgh, you're looking at another 1 to 3 inches here. That's not so bad. In some locations along the southern part of this storm zone, you'll see varying intensity for a couple of days with the potential for more than a foot of snow and locally higher amounts where the perfect blend of Arctic air and moisture all come together. So as a result of this far-reaching, long-duration storm, we're talking major travel disruptions in the air, on the ground. We'll kind of be relying on maybe some of you that are out there in the messy stuff. How bad are things? How bad's the ice scenario? Is travel even moving in parts of Kentucky and West Virginia? All right, then right on the heels, yes, there's another storm that will be in the offing in the coming days. With the ice scenario here, it's a pretty ugly scenario. You've got this icy scenario, trees, power lines coming down. As I say, potentially hundreds of thousands are going to be without power. But then we're going to be talking about some of the coldest air of the season marching in here in the coming days, with many areas talking sub-zero. Bill Waddell was reporting for AccuWeather from Lexington, Kentucky this past morning when the ice got underway. Ice already covering cars, causing slick spots in the roads. That was way back Wednesday morning. Throughout the day, continuing to glaze streets and sidewalks, hazardous travel conditions throughout the region. Now, accidents and icy conditions could potentially shut down portions of highways for an extended period of time, they tell us, stretching from northern Arkansas and southern Missouri to central and southern West Virginia. A quarter to a half inch of ice will be adhering to elevated surfaces. And as we've been talking the last couple of nights, anytime you get more than about that 1/4 of an inch or greater, that's when you start to hear those trees popping and splitting and coming down on power lines. Yeah, even though the buildup is going to be very gradual, but it's going to last for 24 hours or more. So it's all gradually, slowly going to be adding the weight to the trees and power lines. Some trees may bend without breaking in that situation, but that can still cause outages where those limbs end up sagging on top of the power lines. Now, there's the potential for significant destruction in wooded and suburban locations with a lot of trees and power lines. And some of the hardest hit areas, you could spend quite a bit of time. It could be several days before your power gets restored. Now, some changes with temperature at different layers in the atmosphere may prevent major widespread icing in Virginia, but even a couple of rounds of ice can lead to dangerous travel there. Even as the ice storm ends from west to east later today and into Friday, that icy buildup is going to be difficult to remove from the southern Appalachians to the southern plains. Yeah, as I mentioned, meanwhile, many Americans run the risk of going without heat for days with these frigid conditions that are going to continue to expand to the east. All right, unlike some ice storms in parts of the southern plains and the mid-Mississippi, Ohio Valley regions, temperatures are going to be trending downward rather than upward in the wake of the storm. So that ice is going to strongly adhere to those surfaces, especially where the warming rays of the sun do not reach. Temperatures forecast to dip into the 20s, teens, and even single digits late this week and this weekend in the aftermath of this icy mess from the southern plains to the Ohio Valley. Now, the overall pattern looks pretty much loaded with more storms in the coming weeks. What an unbelievable pattern. The description of one of the AccuWeather forecasters referring to all the systems that forecasters are trying to keep tracking, monitoring the potential for additional storms in the next 7 days that could bring more rounds of ice and snow to parts of the central and northeastern USA. At the same time, wintry weather is beginning to ramp up out in the northwestern portions of the country. We had touched on that briefly last evening. I'll zoom out on my radar, see what we've got going out west. Right now, not much happening, but you look out off the coast of Washington, Oregon, Northern California. You can see lots and lots of moisture approaching off the Pacific. That's going to be the next big storm that's going to be bringing some significant snows to the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, we'll get more on that coming up as we make our way here into the early hours of a Thursday. So, again, as always, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. You can call that number. You can send text messages. You can give us a message to that number. If you've got, like, weather updates you want to pass on to the other listeners out there. I did get a message from Wheelchair Dave not long ago. He says, from Wheelchair Dave, Larry Flint Rest in peace. Yeah, Larry Flint passing away this past day. What an interesting person. You remember when he paid the IRS $1 million in pennies? Wheelbarrow after wheelbarrow from dump trucks of pennies. The IRS refused his $1 million in pennies. And Cincinnati was a place. Yeah, many in this town, many in Cincinnati, were fond of Larry Flint. I had the opportunity to meet him a couple of times. He was a strange bird, to say the least. Meanwhile, back to the weather map here. All right, I'm looking at winter weather advisories through about half of the state of Texas, stretching through the southern portions of Oklahoma, the entirety of Arkansas, northern Louisiana, the ice storm warnings, then stretching into western Tennessee, the southern two-thirds of Kentucky. The northern side will see a little bit of snow. The winter weather advisories extend up just to the north of Cincinnati, about that zone about halfway between Cincinnati and Dayton. Advisories, for the most part, south of Columbus, Ohio. You get into the southernmost reaches of Ohio, down along the West Virginia line, winter storm warnings, then stretching up to the higher elevations of West Virginia. Winter weather advisories again about the southern half of Pennsylvania. It's still marked as winter storm watches for much of the state of Virginia, as we'll see how far to the south that plume of frozen precip will be extending over the coming days. It looks like a lot of fog in the south along the Gulf Coast, pretty much all the southern portions of Mississippi, Arkansas, Georgia, the Florida Panhandle. In Georgia, the fog advisories extend all the way up to about the Atlanta metro area. A lot of fog in the south. Be careful out there. As we jump over to some of our industry headlines, what do we see here? The Arizona Department of Transportation has debuted a new website feature allowing truck drivers to better plan your routes. This new map allows you to search for potential commercial vehicle restrictions along your route with a toggle feature that lists length, width restrictions, escort requirements, or any other information that might be relevant for truck accessibility. To use the truck mapping feature, they say visit the Arizona 511 website and click on Map Legend on the right-hand page. At the bottom of the list of options, you can find a checkbox, which would be labeled Truck Restrictions. And that's where you'll be showcased the restrictions and other information on the map there. A new little handy tool if you're traveling through the state of Arizona. In other industry news, what's known as the world's largest pair of spurs. Spurs? Seriously damaged after a drowsy truck driver plowed through the middle of it in Arizona over the past weekend. This past Saturday at a roundabout in Wickensburg, Arizona. According to the Wickenburg Sun, the truck driver apparently fell asleep at around 4:30 in the morning while approaching the roundabout and crashed into two light poles before it jumped a curb, smashed the spurs, and landed atop a 3-foot rock wall. What do you say? Oops. The spurs, which are crafted by Wickenburg welders several years ago as an enormous tribute to the American cowboy, supposedly. It was broken. They were broken in half. The spurs, as well as the entire display, now in need of repair. All right, the truck driver not injured in the accident, but they have since been cited for failure to control speed. An Iowa state trooper's tweet. Listen to this. Singling out truck drivers. Remember last weekend, Iowa was hit hard by the big snowstorm. There were multiple crashes. There were highway closures. The state patrol reportedly responded to more than 235 crashes between 3 a.m. last Thursday and 6 p.m. last Friday. And many of these were chain reaction collisions from vehicles. And in this case, a lot of them were commercial motor vehicles. Semis traveling too fast and ultimately cannot slow down in time, according to the Iowa State Patrol. Yeah, these things happen every winter, as we all well know. A 40-vehicle pileup in Jasper County that closed eastbound I-80 for several hours last Thursday, which prompted State Trooper John Stickney to tweet a statement and a picture of two State Trooper cars that had been crushed by a semi. Stickney blamed trucks, and he says, quote, "All we can see is 80,000-pound sleds causing these massive wrecks." That tweet received several responses, obviously. So you're saying all big wrecks are caused by truck drivers? As a truck driver myself, I find this insulting. You know how many times truck drivers get cut off by cars or pickups, have their safe stopping distance taken away from them? Maybe you need to take a ride in a big rig and find out. Now, Trooper John is another quote here. As a wife of a former over-the-road truck driver, these are from my nightmares. A lot of these truck drivers are company drivers, and if the company says go, you go. You don't always have the choice. You don't drive, you don't make money. It's very difficult out there. Another commenter said, "Well, here's a thought, officer. If you think it's so dangerous for trucks to be on the highway, maybe close the highway. That way no vehicles would be out on the roads and everyone would be safer, including you and your fellow officers. Either way, thank you for all you do to try and keep us safe." That's some of our conversation last evening on the program. Yeah, I guess what Big Moose kind of got that started in his discussions about the wintry driving conditions, talking about the driver that didn't want to get out in the snowy conditions. And he kind of called back later to explain because he dismissed that driver. It wasn't the fact that he necessarily didn't want to drive in the snow, because there's times we all have to say, all right, I got to call it quits for the day or the night, whatever, until the conditions improve. But it was more or less about the fact that his driver didn't even let him know that his load wasn't moving. He had no idea to contact the shipper or the receiver, whoever that was destined for. The way he put it, the guy called and he said, he thought I must have a dead driver because never have we not received a load on time without being notified first. All right, one more before we will get to your calls, which we've got the lines open here at 844-844-3388. Connecticut lawmakers looking to increase state revenue. Guess how? Well, you guys, you're the piggy bank. You got all kinds of money. You need a new tax. You need a new highway use tax for truck drivers. This past day, Connecticut's Governor Ned Lamont released a budget proposal that includes a new highway use tax for heavy vehicles designed to generate $90 million in revenue annually after fiscal year 2023. They laid out how this is going to be implemented. Under the heavy vehicle use tax, operators are charged a rate determined by the weight of your truck for the number of miles driven in the state. The state of New York has nearly identical system which has been in place for decades. Now, the Connecticut tax will be imposed specifically on Class 8 through 13, which weigh 26,000 pounds and above. Your rates would increase incrementally from 2.5 cents per mile at 26,000 pounds, 10 cents per mile at 78,001 pounds. Operators of trucks which are classified overweight, over 80,000 pounds, would pay an additional 7.5 cents. That would total you at 17.5 cents per mile. The budget anticipates a start date January 1 of 2023. An estimated $45 million to be collected that year. Annualized revenues approximately $90 million per year. Now, this guy's no stranger to wanting to tax the truckers, right? Lamont argues that this is necessary because construction and maintaining the infrastructure requires significant altercations to support the legal truck weights. Elevated highways and bridges need to be stronger to support the additional weights. Pavements have to be formulated with enough strength to withstand the additional load. They estimate over the next 40 years, those requirements are going to add an additional $1.5 billion of cost to the pavement program alone in that state. Now, we go back a couple of years ago, 2018, Lamont campaigned for office on a controversial plan to impose truck-only tolls. After he was elected in the face of harsh criticism from numerous trucking groups and anti-tolling groups, he kind of backed off the plan. Ultimately, he admitted in an op-ed that, well, the truck-only option actually provides too little revenue, too slowly, and too piecemeal to make a meaningful difference. Now, after taking office in 2019, he announced a new plan to toll both cars and trucks, after which, again, he succumbed to pressure from House Democrats to drop cars from the proposal and thus revived the truck-only toll plan. That plan also ultimately fizzled, but this guy likes the idea of going after the trucks. Yeah, you big old rolling piggy banks out there on the highways. All right, looking at 24 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a Thursday morning here. We've had calls from the Grump the last couple of nights, and as he mentioned last evening, he does occasionally jump on social media, has a few things to say. Interesting statement this past day. It's not too lengthy. Let me share it with you. Under the heading, What Happens Next? What does happen next? After the last statue falls, the last politically incorrect words are spoken, the last semblance of a free and fair society is no more. What happens next when the Constitution and the Bill of Rights are shredded? When a nation of laws becomes a refuge for the lawless? What happens next when the markets crash, when oil is banned, incomes are traded for subsidy checks, and when traditional families are replaced by transgender beliefs and sex neutrality? What happens next when businesses flee? When punishment is replaced by a social workers' council and our borders are opened for the unchallenged? What happens next when our military is diminished, police are defunded, and the unborn unprotected? What happens next? Simple. We stop electing Democrats. Just my opinion. From the Grump. Thank you, Grump. Very well said. All right, get to your calls here. Look who gets to be first out of the box here on a Thursday morning. There's old Chevy Guy. Hey there.
Good morning. Yeah, your story about Texas and running into that large set of spurs brought back a memory. Back in '86, I was driving for J.B. Hunt. Don't tell nobody.
Uh-oh.
But it was a good career move for me because I'm telling you, after I did 3 or 4 months with them, I mean, I had people calling the house wanting me to drive for them after that. So it was a good career move. I appreciate those people. But I was coming up out of El Paso, had a load going to Michigan with foam for the interiors of GM cars. Well, I'm going up through the desert. It turns night. It's just black as can be and flat as can be. Matter of fact, it reminded me of being out at sea. I mean, it was just nothing out there but lights far away. And all of a sudden, this set of lights was coming up behind me. And next thing you know, he was right on top of me. And, it's a 2-lane road. And then his lights never dimmed. And he jumped over in the left lane and he blew past me. And, I'm doing 55 and he's doing double the speed. And this cattle truck just whizzes right past me. And in no time, he's gone. Well, a little bit later, I'm rolling along, and you can see the lights of a little town ahead, and out of nowhere, all of a sudden, you seen red lights flashing, blue lights flashing. Well, it seemed like it took forever to get up to it. By the time I got there, they had one of them little roundabouts in this little town. Mm-hmm. It had one of them big white pavilions in the middle of the roundabout, and there was that cattle truck. The tractor had gone clean through the pavilion. The cattle truck is split open like an egg, and there was cattle running everywhere. So it brought back memories. It just I guess that happens more times than not, and I understand why. Because a lot of them cattle drivers, they're pushed to get the beef to market because they can't stop feed them.
Right.
But and an answer to Grump. I don't. This is my opinion. I don't mean to offend anybody, but bottom line, in my opinion, in 2012, when the American Supreme Court accepted gay marriage as never before on planet Earth, it just seems like the hand of protection, God's hand of protection, has just been lifted off our country, and that's how come all kinds of debauchery. You see what President Biden is putting in office: transgenders, gay men, with his husband holding the Bible, swearing on the Bible, and I can bring up scriptures on that. And I understand what you said about Larry Flint, but I don't think he's going to rest in peace. Or the Bible's going to line. Jesus is the one that said that. I've talked about hell more than anything, and it's called wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Right.
But there is this. I hope somebody got to Mr. Flint before he passed, and he had a chance of salvation and eternal life with God, because God sent his son to keep us out of there. And that was how important it was that God's creation, does not go there. That's enough preaching, I guess. But I appreciate everybody and their stories, Silver.
There
we'll
you
sit
go.
back in the rock.
Yeah, you say. No, used to be copy in the mail, but he's sitting back in the rocking chair these days. Thank you, Chevy guy. More on the story of Larry Flint, of course, who parlayed a string of striptease bars in what became a multi-million-dollar pornography empire with the magazines, the books, the videos, and successfully defended his enterprise in a First Amendment case before the U.S. Supreme Court. He was 78 years old and, again, passed away at his home in Los Angeles, according to his brother Jimmy. They did not give a cause, but going back to 1965, he bought a bar and began setting up his hustler clubs, and stretching from New York to California. Published the first issue of Hustler magazine in 1974, followed with another publication or publications, and decades later turned to the internet as raunchier digital rivals undercut pornographic periodicals. But his ventures prospered as state prosecutions against pornography declined back in the 80s, but began slipping amid the fierce competition from his success that he actually spawned. Well, his niche was publishing images more explicit than those in what would be called the softer Playboy or Penthouse. Yeah, internet porn began to eclipse his empire. All right, his closely held Los Angeles-based company also suffered as his attention increasingly was diverted by legal battles, local prosecutions, the amount of time he spent in court or prison. He was prosecuted for obscenity in Cincinnati, where he was sentenced to 7 to 25 years in prison back in 1977. But he was actually released after 6 days in prison. He was also imprisoned for contempt in 1984 after screaming profanities at a California district judge. He served more than 5 months before that conviction was reversed on appeal. But apparently the most life-changing event occurred amid a peaceful court proceeding back in 1978 when he was 35 at the time, facing minor obscenity charges in Lawrenceville, Georgia. In the morning, Flynn had testified that Hustler is satire. It's one big put-on, he said. Well, in 1988's Jerry Falwell versus Larry Flint, the First Amendment on trial. As Flynn approached the rural courthouse after lunch, he was shot twice, which left him paralyzed from the waist down and then confined to a wheelchair, which has been the case for the rest of his life. Y'all remember that. But yeah, I think his wheelchair was made out of gold. Had a gold wheelchair. But right there, we'll get a quick break in here. Lines available. You want to chime in as we're underway on a Thursday morning. It's 844-844-3388. We'll be back right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. This would be the Hot Shot Secret Studios, coming to you live on a Thursday. Working our way into, what are we looking at, 11th day of February. Via social media, Jeff shared a little blurb. Sometimes you come across these things, it's like, dude, you are 100% correct. Only in America do you find a kid wearing $150 tennis shoes, drinking a $5 cup of Starbucks coffee, typing on his $1,000 cell phone, complaining on social media that he's oppressed, that capitalism has failed him. Yeah, only in America. Need to send him over to Cuba, Venezuela. Yeah, pick your favorite socialist country and see how capitalism has failed you, right? Thank you very much, Jeff. All right, we get back to the calls here. I believe it's Paul next up. Good morning. Is this Paul?
Yeah, it's Puddle Pirate. Good morning.
Puddle Pirate. Hello, Puddle Pirate. What's happening?
How are you tonight?
Doing well.
Good. First-time caller, long-time listener here. Just little road conditions for those drivers headed west on 322, coming out of Harrisburg, headed up toward State College. You got your work cut out for you tonight, boys.
Oh, boy. Pretty rough?
Yeah, it's rough going, probably 40 miles an hour all the way up through here. And snow-packed roads, it's pretty lousy. So just thought I'd give everybody a heads up there. And I don't even know where to start on where this country's headed. It's going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, Puddle Pirate, you've been listening for a long time, but you never called in. What prompted you to dial us up tonight?
I just figured I'd get on the horn and see what was going on.
All right. I haven't given away any first-time caller prizes here in the last couple of nights. How would you like a $60 gift card or a gift code? Have you ever tried any of the Hot Shot Secret products?
Not yet. I'd love to try some, though.
Okay. Well, I've got your number here. I will forward this to Kyle later this morning, and then you'll get a code via text message. You're on a cell phone. You can receive text at this number, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, that'll be a code that you can use at the hotshotsecret.com website. You can purchase whatever you want, up to $60. Shipping is covered. It'll come right to your door in short order. And if you want to spend more than $60, you just pay the additional cost for whatever else you buy. But yeah, you'll get that later today. Good deal.
Hey, well, that's outstanding, Steve. Thank you very much. And you have a good evening, and everybody else out there, stay safe on these lousy roads.
All right. Don't be a stranger now, Puddle Pirate. Dial us. It's pretty simple. Dial us up anytime, and you can give us a follow-up. Tell us what you bought and how you. I think it worked out with whatever you purchased there, hotshotsecret.com. And, of course, for everyone else out there, you've still got, don't forget, if you're going to place an order, you use the coupon code at checkout, Overnight Drive. That'll get you 10% off your total purchase. And if you're a veteran, active duty, if you're a first responder, or a CDL holder, which many of you are, you're entitled to an additional 10% off there at hotshotsecret.com. All right, I've flipped over here, checking some of the comments via the stream chat. For those people that are tuned in via whether YouTube or Facebook, whatever the case might be. Let's see, a lot of comments when you put them all together. Tank says, good morning from California, 56 degrees and clear. Headed east. Hopefully all that ice in Arkansas and Tennessee's gone by the time we get there. Richard says, good morning from Florida. Happy to hear Steve Sommers again. Faraj says, good morning from Jersey. Everybody stay safe. Kelly, she says, crappy weather here in northern Kentucky. Yeah, we got about we get maybe another inch this past late afternoon into the early evening. We're still under, quote, a winter weather advisory till later on Thursday evening. But I know here in my neck of the woods, southwest Ohio, they're anticipating maybe another inch It shouldn't be too bad. But again, the crews are out there working again tonight. Andrew checking in. Hello there, AJ. Top of the morning to y'all from Houston, where they're telling us 1 to 3 inches expected, wintry mix next Monday. You're right, AJ. We're going to be talking about potentially a nasty winter storm that may dive way deep into the southern tier of the country here in just a few days. Michael reports I-55 northbound, is that Haiti, Missouri? Roads closed due to a crash at the 26 mile marker. So 55 northbound in Missouri, shut down at the 26 there. I bet that might be are you in the icy mix? Yeah, I know portions of southern Missouri are also under the winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings and whatnot. So Edna says, I hope Lone Ranger and Monkey Gouger call in soon, Steve. Now we'll get to some of the others here coming up. One last, Steve said hi from Indy. About 2 inches of the white stuff today. Got a cold weekend coming up here. High temperature like 15 Saturday, a high of only 10 degrees on Sunday. Yeah, you are right. Going into the deep freeze, no doubt about it. All right, get back to the calls here. I'm going to give it a shot. You'll see. Is this Robert?
Oh. Hey, how are you, Steve?
Doing well. What's happening, Robert?
Hey, nothing much, Steve. Excuse me. I recently, I was driving. I pulled over. I just stopped at a hotel because I got a winter weather advisory saying that we're supposed to get like 2 inches of ice. So no reason to be driving anymore.
Yeah. What part? Where are you at? Are you like down in Kentucky or whatever? Or?
I was just trying to drive through Kentucky, but I'm not going to be able to make it tonight. I just stopped right now over here.
Oh, this icy stuff, that's the worst kind of stuff to be trying to drive. And, you know, with the snow, you can get a little bit of traction until, especially if the roads are treated. But this icy mix stuff, man, it just, yeah, first of all, they try to put some salt down, and then the freezing rain turns to slush, and you can't maintain your lane. And you got to watch those bridges and overpasses, yeah.
Exactly. God forbid you have to slam on the brakes.
Right,
and then,
right.
You know, you can slide really easily. I just wanted to talk really quickly about politics, if you don't mind. Did you watch a little bit of the impeachment hearings today?
I did not tune in. I mean, I've got to the point on this one. I've pretty much been ignoring it. You know, I think we had Fox News on briefly, but what did we uncover today? Anything new?
Well, I mean, I was watching on Newsmax. There was this weird part. I don't know. It wasn't Jerry Nadler. It was one of the other Democrats. I forget his name. And he accused one of the Republicans of saying something, but apparently that Republican didn't say it. Mm-hmm. So he actually brought out the newspaper and proved them wrong. And when he pointed to the newspaper, he showed in the article that he had the biggest penis on the whole station, and they all sucked his penis. Very good.
I thought this was John. I thought that was him. See, when I said I'll give it a shot, last night John called. He's blocked his phone number out. All right, so because you got the caller ID, and on the call number it says anonymous. Yeah, John was the guy that called last evening. You see, he likes to start off smooth and make it sound like it's all for real. And there he goes. All right, so I'll stop. I won't take another anonymous call. Got to see the number, see what's going on. What the? Gotta love him. But on a more serious note, in regards to the impeachment, my more testimony this past day. I see Representative Matt Gaetz was actually on Newsmax TV. And I apparently some of these Democrats are bringing out the alligator tears. Alligator tears. It's just so horrible what Donald Trump has done. Tears on the Senate floor have not necessarily moved the American people, says Representative Gaetz. Democrat lawmakers delivering emotional presentations both Tuesday and Wednesday, the first 2 days of the trial. Of course, you have this emotion-based argument driven by the Democrats, he says. And while they're tearing up each and every day, I don't know that they're moving the American people. The American people would probably like to be the subject of the focus of their government rather than Democrats being obsessed with this former president. Now, although he questioned the approach of attorney Bruce Castor's opening remarks on Tuesday, which many said observers called light on constitutional law and heavy on folksy appeal, as they put it. But he said Democrats have actually overreached with their own efforts. We're watching as the Democrats are now expanding their indictment beyond just the president to actually his supporters, to the people who showed up in Washington, D.C., not to do any harm, not to breach the Capitol, but to express their displeasure with the election that they believe should have been run with tighter standards. I do think President Trump's defense missed the opportunity to divine the president's concerns about election integrity as entirely proper when you have officials in some of these states that are unilaterally departing from the law. After he said, never take your position in any trial for granted, Getz nevertheless sounded a note of confidence about the outcome of the trial. He is not going to be convicted, he says. There's not going to be some action against Trump here. This is all about the Democrats having to obsess over Trump because they don't really have any sort of an agenda to help the regular people in this country. Keep the focus on Trump. So the alligator tears. There you go. Let's get back to the calls, and I think we got Dave checking in this morning. Hi there, Dave.
Hey, say there, Steve. I didn't even know that you guys or you were on the radio, and I just picked up on you not too long ago. Used to listen to your dad a long time. I'm a retired truck driver, and I just wanted to tell you I'm glad you're back on the air. And as far as the circus up there in Washington, Bozo the clown is at the helm, and the circus is coming, getting worse and worse. But I hope that we get squared away, because it's like one of my relatives told me, was born 1890, used to say it in the 70s, live too long, sing too much.
There you go. All right. Well, good to have you with us there, Dave.
Yeah, good hearing you, Steve.
I'm glad you were able to find us as well. Were you just just scouring on social media or something and happenstance to cross us, or how'd you find us?
I believe it was on Facebook. I got you on Facebook now,
okay.
And I think that's how I come across you. But then I didn't have your phone number. But I was listening to you a while ago, and you put it across there, and I said, dang, better get that written down, put it in my phone.
Yeah, that's great. Well,
so I appreciate you talking to me.
Hey, I'm glad you found us, and spread the word. Tell your friends, anybody else that used to listen to the show. A lot of people, and that's the way gradually, incrementally, the show kind of, people coming back saying, I just happenstance to cross you. I didn't realize you were back out there. So that's great. Yeah, that number, by the way, 844-3388. Jot that to memory. Put that in your phone. Put it on the fast dial, right? And for the gentleman who was shutting things down, or maybe not, thanks to Old Man Winter. Looking at some of the ice storm warnings, let's take you to the Weather Service office in Louisville, Kentucky. Major winter storm impacting central Kentucky and the southernmost reaches of Indiana, where you have ice storm warnings in place until 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 o'clock Central Time, later Thursday evening. Significant icing, additional accumulations of ice between 1/4 of an inch and 1/2 inch Localized areas could see 3/4 of an inch of ice possible. Now, this is much of central Kentucky. Yeah, these hazardous conditions will impact both the morning and evening commutes on Thursday and actually the next couple of days. Expect conditions to deteriorate quickly this evening. They're talking about. All right, let's see. Next stop, Jackson, Kentucky. National Weather Service office there, where again, ice storm warning remains in effect. Regular rain is going to change to mostly freezing rain from north to south through Thursday morning. However, many locations in Harlan County and Tennessee border counties are likely to see nothing but rain from this event. Significant icing is expected in most places. Total accumulations, 3/10 of an inch forecast there. So this would be the southernmost edge of the storm. We could see enough, though, for power outages and tree damage due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. Any others? A lot of messages. Take you down to the Weather Service office in Nashville, Tennessee, where we've got ice storm warning. This for the cities of Dover, Clarksville, Springfield, Erin, Tennessee Ridge. So significant icing with freezing rain, 2 to 3/10 of an inch expected there. Stewart, Montgomery, Houston counties could see power outages there as well. And one last stop in the Weather Service office in Paducah, Kentucky. Now, this is a pretty broad area for central Kentucky. Again, significant icing expected primarily over portions of western Kentucky, which will bring total ice accumulations from between 2 and 5/10 of an inch. Locally, higher amounts are possible. Some sleet accumulation may mix in as well. So this is along and southeast of a line extending from Doniphan, Missouri, northeastward to Henderson, Kentucky, then eastward over toward Owensboro, Kentucky. Much of the precinct expected to taper off from northwest to southeast into early Thursday morning. And if things do actually wind down completely, they may have to go ahead and cancel that particular advisory a little bit early. But yeah, just a few of the warnings going on out there with our ice storm, especially impacting Kentucky here on a Thursday morning. About 5 before the hour, and the line's available at 844-3388. I think it was Eagle that brought up the other night. Matter of fact, I'm sure it was Eagle. Talking about they're training dogs to be able to sniff out the COVID. And a report from Reuters, a German veterinary clinic has trained sniffer dogs to detect the novel coronavirus in human saliva samples with 94% accuracy. The dogs are conditioned to scent out the, quote, corona odor that comes from cells in infected people. They've got a 3-year-old Belgian Shepherd and Joe Cocker, a 1-year-old Cocker Spaniel, 2 of the dogs that have been trained at Hanover University of Veterinary Medicine. We did a study where we had dogs sniffing samples from COVID-positive patients, and we can say they have a 94% probability in our study. They can sniff them out. So dogs can really sniff out people with infections and without infections, as well as asymptomatic or symptomatic COVID patients. Pretty impressive. Stefan Wall says he's impressed with the study and calls for a feasibility test before the sniffer dogs are put to use in everyday life, like for, say, people maybe attending a concert or something. We now need tests in selected events. In Finland, dogs trained to detect the novel coronavirus began sniffing passenger samples at the airport last September. It was a pilot project alongside the usual testing at the airport. Because at the airports, of course, they've always got the dogs looking for drugs and things of that nature. Chile's Santiago International Airport is also using canine dogs right now. Very interesting. What is it? Dogs have a sense of smell. I believe it's like 1,000 times that of our sense of smell, the human sense of smell. It's really incredible. But with that, we'll close things out for hour number 1 here. When we come back, much more to cover. We'll break down the very latest. I mentioned AJ was talking about, they're telling us all the way down in Texas we might see some snow here in a few days. And yes, that is correct. Forecasters, AccuWeather's tracking several storms across the U.S. What they're describing is an unbelievable pattern. Yeah, one of those systems unleashing pockets of ice, as we know, over parts of Texas and Oklahoma through midweek. Another system bears watching across the south central U.S. later this weekend and into early next week. It could very well deliver a blast of wintry weather to places like, Dallas, Texas. They have not seen any snow yet this season, and yet we could see snow even further south than Dallas, a.k.a. Houston. So with that, again, 844-844-3388. Much more to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Hour number 2 as we roll into a Thursday. What's going on? Hey, you can dial us up at 844-3388. Dean checking in. It was freezing fog in Amarillo earlier today. Yeah, roads were okay. I cut down US 287 to Dallas. Now I'm on I-20, half through Louisiana. Some drizzle. I've seen a little bit of lightning on the horizon around Ty, Texas. Yeah, quite a variety of weather. It's 39 degrees right now. Timothy checking in. Howdy from Kentucky. Thanks for being with us there, Timothy. Let's see. Who else we got? A bunch of others. Let's just jump on over to, Texas, because I was kind of teasing that here. It's a stormy pattern across the country. According to the AccuWeather chief meteorologist, Bernie Rayno, he kind of described it this past day on his weather podcast as unbelievable. This Weather Insider podcast. So far, we haven't seen much in the way of snow and ice in the heart of Texas. That is going to be changing as we head into Sunday and Monday. Temperatures forecast to dip to record levels, 20s, teens, even single digits in some cases by Saturday night in portions of Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Arkansas. And that may well set the stage for wintry weather. Anytime you get the Arctic air mass in Texas, you have to be worried about snow and ice because at some point, warmer air is going to try to return. And when your warm air collides with that colder air, you get your clouds and then you get your precip. The other thing you look for is do we have any energy in the atmosphere coming towards Texas? And the answer to that question is yes. The setup, which will trigger an extensive swath of snow and ice, will be brought on by the interaction of that Arctic air in place and a flow of warmer, moist air originating off the Pacific that's going to sweep across Mexico, then into Texas. That southward dip in the jet stream later this weekend is going to allow that moisture to flow in over top of that Arctic air. Anytime the air rises in the atmosphere, you've got the potential for clouds to develop and thus the precipitation. If the air's cold enough, you get snow and ice rather than rain. and it looks like it's going to be plenty cold enough for snow and ice to occur over much of the south central states Sunday into Monday. This looks like a setup for snow in Dallas Sunday night and Monday, rather. The Dallas-Fort Worth area, they've picked up just a few flakes of snow so far this winter, but nothing measurable to speak of. They pick up, on average, just over maybe 1.5 inches of snow and sleet during any entire winter season. And this storm could bring that amount all at one time. And perhaps should the system develop more to its full potential, it could even be more. Other cities, you're being put on alert ahead of time. Over the south central states that may receive at least some snow from this storm would be Oklahoma City, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Amarillo, Texas, from Saturday night to Sunday night. The icy mix area from, say, San Antone and Austin, Texas, to Shreveport, Louisiana, and Little Rock, Arkansas by Monday. Now, it's too far out right now. Nothing is etched in stone, but the widespread nature of the wintry precip could lead to some extensive travel problems. You just get a small amount of snow and ice, and that makes hazards on the roads, especially for that part of the country. Just enough cold air may press toward the upper Texas coast to actually allow for an icy mix with this storm. Well, we expect some wet snow, sleet, and freezing rain to affect part of the Houston metro area late Sunday night into Monday. Temperatures may climb too high to allow for snow and ice to occur, including across southern coastal areas of Texas, as well as central and southeastern Louisiana, but it's going to be raw, nasty conditions, a cold rain with drizzle, all the way down to Brownsville and New Orleans early next week. And this cold is going to be seeping deep into the southern portions of the country. In the wake of the storm, Arctic air may again surge southward and may bring near freezing temperatures to the upper Texas coast, all the way down to the Texas coast for a time next week. How about that? Old man winter making up for lost time because we had such a mild winter. I think Dallas picked up like 0.2 of an inch of snow in the entire winter last year. You got by pretty much unscathed. All right, back to our calls here on a Thursday morning. Who's next up? Would this be Costa? Costa, is that the name?
No, you can call me Toast. Toast.
Toast.
Calling in from Philadelphia, just from inside the house, looking out at some late snow coming down. Nice, pretty scene. It's always a lot better to watch it from the inside of the house than being out on the road in it, I imagine.
I hear you. Yeah, you guys aren't. You're not expecting a whole lot, right? What do they say? A couple, 3 inches, maybe something like that.
Yeah. It's not going to be anything like what we got about a week ago, which was somewhat problematic with shoveling because it's pretty good 6-7 inches of snow followed with some sleet that kind of hammered it down and made it real fun. But Steve, I've been listening to your show for a good number of years, and I was disappointed in November when I tuned in and couldn't find you on the terrestrial radio anymore, but I'm glad to find you on this forum, so I hope it works out for you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Not a trucker, but I've always been fascinated with trucker culture. I've had the good fortune of traveling all around the country. My hobby is going to sporting events, different stadiums all across the country, so that's kind of gotten me out to see things, and I love the open road. But I've always been fascinated with those that I share the road with, the truckers and those 18-wheelers, either on the side of the road or always been fascinated when I stopped at a rest stop and forget where I was at, but there was one where it had a little back room and there was a neon sign over the door that said truckers only. And I thought to myself, God, you probably could hear some great stories in there. That's for sure. And it's pretty neat being able to tap into some of the stories that come from the guys that call in. And the reason why I kind of tracked it down here is, I always love hearing the weather reports and hearing guys calling from the wintertime. Because look, those weather girls are beautiful down in Atlanta, given the weather across the country from their climate controlled studios, but there's nothing like having a guy calling in from the side of the road where he's driving through the mountains of Colorado or wherever he may be and giving you an authentic, right there in the snow and the ice report. So that it's a great service, and it's just fascinating. Even just I'm just sitting here in Philadelphia listening when guys call in. It's pretty neat. But again, just always been intrigued by trekker culture, and I have, other than this show, the only other way I've been able to tap into it was by over the years watching some of those great 1970s trucker movies that were all the rage when the CB radio craze came on to the scene. And I know that time is come and gone, but my question to you is, and if anybody who's out there can call in and even shed some more light on it, is the CB radio completely extinct at this point, or are there guys out there that, what percentage would you put it at of these great truckers that are driving around the country still have one in the cab and, actually use it? Or I imagine the smartphone might have put a stop to pretty much if it was still out there to some degree. But I'm just wondering if it's still in there, if there's still a practical purpose from it. I still remember one time I was traveling on a road between Tucson and Phoenix. It's about 10 years ago, and I stopped at a rest stop, and I looked across the parking lot, and there was a dilapidated store, and I could make out that it was a CB radio store. So even at that point, it was 2010, and it looked like the place had been closed for a good 10, 15 years maybe. And, it was kind of a relic from the past, but it was a very intriguing relic to me. And, I was a kid during the 70s, but I remember everybody, you didn't have to be a trucker. Everybody was getting CB radios put in their car, and everybody's getting a handle and having some fun with it. But I'm just curious if there's actually a practical function for it now with those guys that are out there driving across this great country of ours.
That's a great question, actually. I mean, that is, I think most of them probably still have the CB in the cab, but I'd say, I don't know what percentage, but a majority, I would say, probably keep it turned down unless maybe they get caught up in a big backup and they might turn it on trying to get the, what the heck's going on up here? How long are we going to be here? What's the word? But I mean, if you leave it on all the time, it's got to the point, from my understanding, that it's nothing but a bunch of people just trash talking. Just trash talk. You need some drugs, or you need a lot lizard and that kind of stuff. So.
Mm-hmm. So the days of Chris Christopherson getting on that CB radio and having a convoy following him across the country, those days are, you're not going to get it done with the CB radio, I guess. Huh?
I think those days are long gone. Yeah, if I had to venture a guess. Yeah. Maybe some of our guys can call in. Guys or girls, I should say. I got to be politically correct. Yeah, maybe they can call in and let us know. Do you still use the radio?
Yep. Sounds good. I'll be listening.
Thank you so much. Hunker down there. Enjoy your snow in Philadelphia. Find a way to stay warm, right? Yeah, in the mix. Let me see. Spinnerbait checking in. Haven't missed the show since you're back on. I don't call in much, but just want you to know you have a listener every night right here. Thank you so much. Jason, Steve Sommers is the man. Love the show. Thank you so much for the kind comments there. Jason also says it's a little icy in Arkansas tonight. I know that the northern portions of the state there, they've got some ice storm warnings all the way down to the northern portions of Arkansas. And if you want to chime in, feel free to do so. You can send us text messages again via the 844-844-3388 number. Of course, most people just type in. They kind of chat back and forth and converse via the social media outlets. Whether you're on the Hot Shot Secret page, YouTube, Facebook, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, YouTube, or Facebook page. Good to have you all with us. Thank you so much. Don't forget to go to the website. It's Thursday, by the way. Thursday already, which means later on this evening, we'll be pulling our winners for this week's on-air contest via Overnight Drive Radio. That's the website you want to go to. Thanks to our partners at Stellar Electronic. Again, tomorrow evening, we'll be announcing our grand prize winner. I got your brand new Pluto Duo bundle headset, providing premium sound quality with the Stellar Electronics Noise Armor technology, as they call it. 99% noise reduction, 32 hours of talk time. Then you can connect the other earpiece. That's why they call it the Duo, where you can get full stereo conversation. And that also acts as a battery bank to extend your talk time up to 60 hours. Comes with a nice carrying case, as you see right here. Pluto Duo bundle, value of $200. And, of course, thanks to our friends at Hot Shot Secret, we'll get a runner-up prize, a Big Rig Duo product bundle. The Big Rig Duo, that's two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator, two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Exactly what you need to clean and protect both the oil side and the fuel system side on your Big Rig. And that Big Rig Duo package is a $175 value. So there you go. You got to get registered. overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contest. It's very simple. Just enter your email address, and then it'll take you to a page where you can get multiple additional entries for a better chance of being a winner. All righty, what else are we looking at? Hard to imagine the number of people who have been sick and those who still will be coming down with COVID in the coming, is it weeks? Is it months? Is it years? Earlier this week, I think it was the CEO of Johnson & Johnson, the pharmaceutical company that's now looking for their one-shot vaccine rather than the two-shot regimen that most of them are right now, made a statement that get used to this. Just like the annual flu that rolls around every winter in this hemisphere, their belief is COVID-19 is going to be the same. And we're, in all likelihood, going to be getting a vaccination shot every year for what particular strain of COVID is going around with all these different mutations. You got the UK strain. Now we've got the the South African strain. Yeah, well, I think was it the UK strain that they also announced earlier this week that's doubling in this country approximately every 10 days, the number of infections of that new mutated strain that they're finding. So these mutations are going to continue forever. This may be something we all deal with forever. So get ready for annual vaccinations for the coronavirus. What I really found intriguing, you got these scientists, they're crunching the numbers, right? Now, we know that this virus is, it's a microscopic thing. Unbelievably. That's why the CDC actually yesterday did provide the actual guidance. It's time to start doubling up on your masks. They've gone to that extreme. Rather than just wearing a cloth mask or one of those blue surgical masks, they suggest, put on the surgical mask and then put your cloth mask over top of the surgical mask. It will give you all the criteria. It's crazy, what they're recommending, but it's so minuscule, it can pass through a mask. And we've known that pretty much from almost all the way back to the very beginning. Just how effective are masks, or ineffective, I guess we should say. It's minute. All the COVID circulating around the entire planet, in the world right now, they tell us could easily fit inside a single Coca-Cola can. That, according to the calculations of a British mathematician who summed it up, just how much devastation can be caused by these minuscule viral particles. Using the global rate of new infections, coupled with the estimations of what they call viral load, Bath University math expert Kit Yates works out that there are around 2 quintillion. What is a quintillion, you say? Well, that's 2 billion SARS COVID-19 or CoV-2 virus particles in the world at any given time. Now, you take the steps doing the calculations using the diameter of the COVID-19, which on average is about 100 nanometers. What's a nanometer? Well, that's 100 billionths of a meter. And then you can figure out the volume of the spherical virus, even accounting for the projecting spike proteins and the fact that the spherical particles kind of will leave gaps when stacked together. This total is still less than what would be a single 330 milliliter Coca-Cola can, just a can of Coke. He says it's astonishing to think all the trouble, the disruption, the hardship, the loss of life that we've seen over the last year that could constitute just a few mouthfuls. With more than 2.34 million people dead and more than almost 107 million confirmed cases now on a global scale. But that is downright astonishing for all that's out there. If you could get it all together, you could put it in a Coca-Cola can. Isn't that something? All right, let's get back to our calls here. I think our old buddy Eagle's checking in this morning. What's happening out there, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I got some good weather. Where I'm at, I'm in Florida right now. I got lucky to get a load to Florida. And the weather, like I say, I got the air conditioner on right now compared to where you at right now. It's about 75 to 80 degrees down here in Florida. So it's a real good deal. So, yeah.
I think you'd much rather be there than you would in North Dakota where they got like 50 below wind chills, Eagle, 50 below.
Oh, yeah. Like I say, that's the reason why I say I got lucky. But I'm going to the car race tomorrow after I deliver this load. I'm going to Daytona to watch the nighttime race tomorrow night. So I'll be doing that. Like I say, the weather. I see why people move to Florida. I might move to Florida myself. You know, it's pretty warm in Texas, but you know, they expecting snow and ice in the Dallas, Houston area this weekend and coming into Monday, from what I'm understanding. So, like I said, we getting hit that cold spell is going all the way down to Texas. This cold snap, you know. So this is a real bad deal that's going on with this cold here, you know. Cause like you say, in Chicago, I got a friend that's in Chicago right now and truck driver, and he's telling me that it's real cold up there in Chicago. So, like I told you, I'm glad I'm down here in Florida. Hopefully, by the time I get back up north next week, the cold will be gone. That's what I'm hoping for. But, yeah, like I say, I'm going to be watching the Daytona race tomorrow. You know, they got Chevrolet, so I'm happy. I'm happy that Chevrolet is on the front row. The first two spots for Sunday's race. Hopefully they can, one of those Hendrick Motorsports, that's my favorite team. Hopefully one of their 4 cars can pull in the victory lane on Sunday and represent Chevrolet. Definitely don't want to see no Toyota. I definitely don't want to see no Toyota pull in the victory lane on Sunday. Denny Hamlin or Kyle Busch or anybody that represents Toyota. I don't want to see no Toyota pull in the victory lane. So hopefully Chevrolet will pull it off and keep that tradition going on because it's been 20 years since Dale Earnhardt died. Looking at a video the other day, he died in 2001 race. It's been 20 years. So hopefully they can give a tribute to him on Sunday with a victory. That's what I'm hoping for. But you know something, Steve, I wanted to talk about one other thing before I hang up with you. That guy, he was talking about the CB radio. I'm an old school truck driver. I've been doing this since 1998. I've been out here on the road for a long time now. And when I started driving trucks, the CB radio was everybody had to have a CB in their truck to be a truck driver. That was the first thing you bought when you got your truck was a CB, but not no more. I don't know how many trucks I drive by during the day, and I look over in the inside of the cab, and there's no CB in there. A Swift truck, a JB Hunt, Schneider, some of these rookie companies, CRSTs, these guys, they don't even know what a CB radio is. They want to ride down the road with a cell phone and headphones on listening to the music. And then they want to start and crying when they come up on a traffic accident.
Yeah, Eagle lost his cell. Lord, I apologize. Well, hey, Eagle, thanks so much for checking in. But yeah, if you get a chance, typically he'll dial this back up if you don't fall asleep first. But that frees up plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Don't forget, coming up later today, about 12 hours from now, as we're knocking on 1:30 a.m., coming up 1:30 this afternoon, Eastern Time. Tune in for the weekly Hot Shot Secret Facebook Live show, where they'll be discussing diesel fuel additives today. As always, they'll be taking your questions. And they'll be doing some product giveaway like they do every week. Thursday, 1:30, the Hot Shot Secret Live, Facebook Live show. Go to hotshotsecret.com, click on the link, which I'm sharing here as we speak, to my Facebook page. All right, we'll get a quick break in here. Good to have you with us. Much more to come. Are you going to get the COVID vaccine? Poll after poll shows an awful lot of Americans, nearly half, have no plans of taking the COVID vaccine anytime soon. Yeah, and many, more are now saying due to these mutations that they're hearing about, and we keep hearing about this uncertainty. Will the existing vaccines actually even work against some of these mutated strains we were just talking about? But what if they tell you you're not going to fly, or you're not going to get on a cruise ship, or you're not going to go to a concert if you can't show your little card verifying that you've had the vaccine? It's looking more and more like that is indeed coming down the pike. So we'll give you the rest of the story coming up here. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I'm looking at the message board here. Steve, I don't know if you're still giving out the Dumbass of the Week awards, but I just saw a semi at the rest area on I-35 trying to come out the wrong way. Ames, Iowa. Good boy. Aren't there big signs that say wrong way? Then there's, I kind of figured that was going to be the case. Horse Feathers checking in this morning, not on the phone, but he did send me a message. I guess, what'd you do? Like do a Google research on the sense of smell for dogs? You didn't know this stuff off the top of your head. Then again, maybe he does. He's the one that had the Great Danes for all those years, those big dogs. All right. Mike. I'm not on the road due to mechanical issues. Now, can the dogs that are actually sniffing out the COVID, can't they get COVID? You know what? Yeah, I've heard dogs, cats, yeah, they can get COVID. And they've been telling people that have pets, if you come down with it, kind of keep the pets away from you, just like you do anybody else in your home. Got to quarantine yourself away from your pet. I said, what do dog noses have that humans don't? Well, I guess he's got the answer. They possess up to 300 million olfactory receptors in their noses, compared to about 6 million in humans. And the part of the dog's brain that's devoted to their noses compared to to analyze smells is about 40 times greater than ours. Dogs also have something called neophilia, which means they're attracted to new, interesting odors. And the nose functions quite differently than our own. When we inhale, we smell and breathe through the same airways within our nose. When dogs inhale, there's a fold of tissue just inside their nostril that helps to separate these two functions. When we exhale through our nose, we send the spent air the way it came in, forcing out any incoming odors. When dogs exhale, the spent air exits through the slits in the sides of their noses. The manner in which the exhaled air swirls out actually helps to usher in new odors to the dog's nose. More importantly, it allows dogs to sniff more or less continuously. All I know is when my dog's outside, he's out there sniffing. Sniffing everything. I say, well, what are you finding now? And typically, he's finding the walnut that the squirrel had buried, or the peanuts that the squirrel had buried, and who knows what. All right, thank you for the lesson in dog smells there, Horse Feathers, and give us a ring if you get a chance. All right, I mentioned who's going to get the COVID vaccine. What if they tell you got to have it? Christopher Elliott penned a piece for the Washington Post, to which he said, I'm probably one of the last people who will get one of those vaccines. I'm healthy, a little too young to be considered at risk, but I want to travel soon. So, like a lot of other unvaccinated people with wanderlust, I've been wondering, can I travel without a vaccine? Well, the answer, it depends on where I want to go. Right now, most airlines are allowing passengers to fly unvaccinated. Some require a negative COVID test. Qantas, the Australian carrier, has announced they will begin mandating proof of vaccination for international flights. Hotels right now generally do not require a negative COVID test or a vaccination. Same goes for car rental companies and vacation rentals. Most of the cruise lines, of course, currently aren't even operating, but when they resume, at least one of them, the UK-based Saga Cruises, has already announced they will require passengers to have been vaccinated at least 14 days before sailing, and others are expected to follow suit. Your vaccination status could also affect access to your next destination. Restaurants, concert venues, and other attractions may require a negative test or a proof of vaccination. No one knows when that's going to happen yet or what will happen. Now, he says, I believe once the vaccine is offered to the general public as a whole, proof of vaccination will be the golden ticket for travel. So says the lead travel advisor with Ovation Travel Group, especially when it comes to international travel. So who will need to be vaccinated? Which countries might require the shot? What kind of documentation are you going to have to show? And is there going to be any way around that? Maybe a little too early to answer those questions with any certainty, but that hasn't stopped the experts from trying to answer that question. The most obvious barrier could be at the border. Some countries might start requiring vaccinations for entry or to obtain a visa. No country has yet announced a vaccine requirement, but Carruthers says based on previous outbreaks, it's probably not a question of if, but when countries are going to impose these sort of rules. We're already seeing so many travel shutdowns that a vaccine might be the only way to ensure travel internationally. That could put some travelers on the spot, he says. No one can be forced to take a vaccine. According to Len Horowitz, physician pulmonary specialist at Lenox Hill Hospital in New York, but not being vaccinated may shut people down to a number of options where a vaccination might be required. Travel without a vaccination or antibodies from a previous infection may raise the risk of contracting COVID. And while masks offer some protection, they don't eliminate the threat. Most patients are becoming a bit less hesitant to travel as they see people vaccinated without any appreciable side effects. So difficult to make the prediction which countries are going to require it. I would think it would be areas that have less access to vaccinations. Quite interesting. And if you think requiring vaccinations might seem too intrusive, just ask the travel experts. They said you need to think again about that. It's probably coming. All right, get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. To the Adonis of trucking. What's going on, Army?
Only if they tell me I absolutely have to. Just like the mask, I'm 80% disabled and I've got COPD, so if I have to have that dumb vaccine to work, all right, whatever. Maybe I'll play along. How you doing, Steve?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Oh, not bad. Rest in peace, Larry Flint. Gee, there's something before the internet that used to keep me warm at night.
Okay.
Good old Hustler magazine.
Yeah.
Take a couple of copies of that to the field, and that would keep me nice and warm in my sleeping bag all night long. That's before the advent of the internet, which everybody knows the internet is for porn. The CB radio. Gee, that guy called in. That guy called in and had to ask that question to open that can of worms. When I first came out here and started driving back in 2000. The CB radio was ubiquitous. It was a necessity. It was more ubiquitous than cell phones. You had everybody. Geez, if you drove a truck and you didn't have a CB in there, there's something wrong with you. But nowadays, I think it's down to maybe 10%. It's mostly us guys who've got the most experience that keep it alive. But you're seeing some of these young whippersnappers who are just getting started. Some of the rookies, I guess, a good maybe 5% of the rookies are starting to put 2 and 2 together. If I have a CB in the truck and I turn the volume up and the squelch up, and I at least listen, then I'll hear the traffic going, or the stoppage, blockage, accident, people talking on the CB during the accident, whatever. Enough out where maybe I'll slow down and not get into a wreck too.
Right, exactly.
Be able to listen to one of the older guys say, yeah, take this exit, take this road to that road to that road, and you'll get around it. Or, the road conditions are horrible. I think what we're having right now is too much of a dependence on the cell phone, too much of a dependence on the e-log, too much of a dependence on the internet, and all that it brought with it. Because back in the old days, all the older guys know. We used to get on there and talk about everything. It didn't matter what it was. You'd be on there with 5 trucks running together, and no, we're not having a convoy, we're having a parade. But it's just 5 dudes, and we're just running down the road together talking about God, politics, and Larry Flint, and who knows what else.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, man. It's just that's a commentary to me on the industry. The way things were when I first started out here, yeah, we're more of a brotherhood. Of course, by the same token, be real, what was the word? Wary? Yeah, wary. Wary of what truck stop you park at, where at that truck stop you park. Ooh. And what time of day or night it is. And make sure you lock your doors, because you might wind up with something you can't wash off with Ajax.
I hear you.
Yeah, it used to be a lot crazier out here. Well, you've been around the business most of your life, so you know how it's changed. It used to be crazy out here. The Truckers Against Trafficking thing, geez, they should have started that 15, 20 years ago instead of, 10?
However long they've been around.
The problems. Huh?
They haven't been around very long, yeah. But I honestly,
yeah,
I was one of those. I had no idea that when I thought of like human trafficking, I'm thinking, Taiwan or Thailand or China, whatever. I didn't realize it was still big business here in this country. I had no idea. I had an awakening, as they say.
Dude, yeah. When I went through the training, I was kind of like, oh, well, that's where the lot lizards come from. And if we shut off that flow and report those people to the proper authorities, rather than just denying them access to our CB radio, denying them access to our cash, denying them access to our trucks, they will actually go away, and we'll actually be able to get out of the truck at 3 a.m. at the truck stop and not worry about getting brained.
Yeah.
Or something along those lines. A lot of the places that I remember that used to be like that were that dangerous, either ain't around anymore, or they've cleaned up. One of them was the TA on the eastern side of Atlanta on Conley, or in Conley. That place was like Mos Eisley Spaceport on Tatooine in Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
That place was a pit of scum and villainy, complete with the music and everything. Oh, they just didn't have any droids. But that place was scary at night. I remember the first the first night I spent there was my first night on the road with a bad alternator, and I had people coming by and, hey, driver, you want some company?
Uh-huh.
Oh, speaking of dogs. Yeah. All right, man, I'm going to bail. Thanks a lot. Have a good one. I'll be listening and reading the mail.
Okay.
Oof.
There you go. Thanks for checking in there, Army. Let me flip back over here. I got old rock and roll checking in. Haven't called in a long time there, Steve. Said Omaha hasn't seen temperatures this low since 2011. It's been 10 years, huh? Anyway, so it's cold in Omaha. Great to hear you again, brother. Thanks for checking in, rock and roll. Yeah, several people chiming in about the whole CB thing. Bill says, I wouldn't drive a truck without a CB radio. Another guy says, maybe 15 to 25%. Yeah, most guys just use the CB as a backup. Say, like, when they're in a backup. That's pretty much exactly what just sent a message here about 15 minutes ago. The CB is one of the greatest safety tools we have, but it's hardly used. Maybe 15% of drivers still use it regularly. Again, most guys use them as a backup radio when they're caught in a backup. What's going on? That's what I thought. I knew the numbers were pretty low. Ron says, I haven't had a CB in my truck for 15, 16 years. All right. And then lastly, Steve says, I put a CB in my vehicle when I travel. Mainly just to get travel information. So there you go. It is 844-3388. Who's next up here? I think Eagle was able to get back through. He lost his cell here a little bit ago. He's talking about the Daytona 500. Hello, take two, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, no, my battery ran out on me. I had to put it on the charger, but it looked like I'm charged up a little bit. But, yeah, I wanted to finish up talking about the CB. Yeah, like I said, Steve, like the last caller said, he's been driving for a long time like myself. But, coming down 5 today in Florida, out of Georgia, there's all kind of police officers, state troopers, whatever you want to call them, sitting under the trees, hiding in the side of the road. And, back in, 2000s, and, people used to get on the CB. If they saw a lawman sitting on the side of the road, they would let you know that the guy was at a certain mile marker and you could slow down. But like I say, coming down, there was at least 7 or 8 police officers on 75 coming down 75 today towards Orlando, and nobody said nothing. And they even had a truck pulled over. There was a truck. Normally you see a truck pulled over, they would say something about that. Mm-hmm. They had a 18-wheeler pulled over. Nobody said nothing about that. So a lot of guys, like I say, they don't have a CB, or either they don't have it turned on because, like that other guy said, CB was essential. When I started in '98, that was the first thing I purchased when I got my own truck, was the CB radio, because they didn't have no GPS system. Now I use the GPS to get me to a customer or wherever I got to deliver. Back in the 90s, you had to get on the CB radio and talk to another truck driver, and he would give you directions on how to get to a place. And that, because they didn't have no GPS when I started driving. And cell phones, as for these new guys that I hear talking about, they can't live without a cell phone. When I started driving, Steve, they didn't have no phones.
Right.
You had to go to a payphone. You remember what a payphone is?
I sure do.
Yeah, you want to talk about a CB, we talk about payphones. You had to stand in line, and I'm pretty sure there's some other callers on the line that'll back me up. You used to have to wait in line. The booths that used to be out in the cold, can you imagine standing outside in 20-degree weather, -0 weather on a payphone? Well, that's what you had to do back when I started driving. They didn't have no cell phones for all these new age drivers out there that's got to have a phone. There's a lot of these, I talk to my sister's kids. My sister got kids that are like 5 and 6, 7 years old. They don't even know what a payphone is. They don't even know when I tell them about a payphone, they think you're talking about a dinosaur or something. That, that's how these new age people are nowadays. But they don't realize, like I said, we have a lot more technology than we had back when, when I started driving, they still had cab over trucks. And now, I'm sleeping in a luxury truck with 2 bunks in it. They used to call it a dog a dog, dog house in a cab over. You barely had enough room to climb in the back of the truck to get a good night's sleep. Well, you wasn't gonna get a good night's rest in the back of one of them things anyway. But now, you got guys with TVs in their truck, 20-inch TVs, microwaves, refrigerators, 2 beds. They didn't have all that back in the 80s and 90s when truckers was trucking. And so we got it. We got the some of them old time guys that was around back in the 70s and 80s. If they could come out of the grave and see what we have right now, I promise you they would be in shock at the technology that we have in these trucks nowadays. It's amazing what we have. Like I said, I ain't gonna never talk bad about technology, but they good to have. But one other thing for Hank, like that guy was talking about the lot lizards and girls in truck stops. I can't remember the last time I seen a girl. They used to be all over the place, and you go to Nashville, Tennessee, Knoxville, Oklahoma City, Baltimore, Maryland. You go to those places, these truck stops now, it's a ghost town. They don't clean all this stuff up, this human trafficking. You don't see that going on no more, for that caller that wanted to know. But, like I said, CB is good to have. It can, like I say, you mainly hear the talking going on in the southern states. You don't really hear too much chatter up in Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, up there where you at. But when you come down south, where I live at, down in Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, you hear, people are a little bit friendlier down south. So you hear more talking going on in the South with truck drivers. As far as the West Coast goes, I go to the West Coast and you don't hear nobody in California, Arizona, New Mexico. You don't hear nothing going on. So if you want to hear somebody talking on the CB, your best bet is to go to the southern states, and I promise you'll hear more talking going on in the South. And thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Thanks for dialing us back up there. Be safe out there, and stay warm, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. Coast Guard crew, a U.S. Coast Guard crew, on a routine mission over uninhabited islands between Florida and Cuba this week, when the aircraft commander spotted something unusual. What is that down there? 3 people waving a makeshift flag. They later told rescuers they'd been there for 33 days, had survived on conch and rat meat, thought they were going to die due to a lack of fresh water. Coast Guard Lieutenant Justin Doherty tells WPLG, it was incredible. I don't know how they did it. I'm amazed that they were still in such good shape. Castaways, 2 men and a woman, Cuban nationals, said they swam to the island after their boat capsized. This island called Anguilla Cay, was actually a part of the Bahamas. The helicopter crew flying out of the Coast Guard Station Miami first spotted the 3 people on Monday. Besides the makeshift flag, they had also made a cross. The airmen dropped food, water, and a radio so they could talk to them. Meanwhile, another crew, this one from the Coast Guard Air Station Clearwater, deployed an MH-60 helicopter. Those 3 were actually hoisted off the island on Tuesday. They were taken to Lower Keys Medical Center in Key West, Florida. They had some aerial photos taken by the Coast Guard that showed their little makeshift camp that they had built on the island. Kind of like taking a page right out of Tom Hanks' Castaway. But he said, thanks to our air crew's diligence conducting routine patrols, we were able to spot people in distress and intervene. It was a very complex operation involving assets and crews from different units, but thanks to good communication and coordination between the command center and our pilots, we were able to safely get everyone to a medical facility before the situation could get worse. All right, boat capsized. They were trying to get to America, right? Don't hear much about finding the boats in the Florida Straits as we used to, but they're still trying to get here, undoubtedly. What are we looking at here? A couple minutes before we hit our top of the hour. So, Grump, if you can hang in there, we'll get you first out of the break. Old Big Moose going to be checking in this morning. He's not all wound up again, is he? Big Moose fresh out of the grave. One other industry headline, though, as we wrap things up this hour. I was kind of surprised. I mean, astounded, actually. Traditionally, the trucking industry has, percentage-wise, some of the lowest numbers when it comes to the likes of drug and alcohol abuse. What's it been, a year or two ago? Seems like it was about a year ago when this drug and alcohol clearinghouse actually went online, and it became mandatory for all drivers looking to be hired on by another company to have their to run through the database, the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. And it became mandatory for any driver who came back with a positive drug or alcohol test. It mandatory to be submitted to the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. According to the report this past day, most of the 52,000 drivers who lost their jobs in 2020 due to the drug and alcohol violations have not completed their return to work procedure, according to the year-end report on the testing database. The numbers back up the industry concerns that the FMCSA is now actually putting a dent in the driver labor pool. There's the date. The program took effect January 6th of 2020. All trucking companies with operating authority, even with one truck, required to register in the clearinghouse and conduct a yearly query of each driver. The database then used by law enforcement, driver's licensing agencies, and carriers to check for driver violations. During the first full year of the clearinghouse, more than 56,000 violations recorded. Now, only 1,203 of those were alcohol-related. Of the 51,998 drivers who had at least one violation last year, 45,475 are still unable to drive. Out of that, 34,769 haven't even started or begun the return-to-work protocol of substance abuse counseling and testing negative for drugs and alcohol. A mere 6,513 violators have completed and have been re-cleared to drive. Those seem like fairly decent numbers, but they say, well, keep it in context. You have to realize that that's 1.3% of the estimated 3.6 million truck drivers in the country, or 3.1% of the for-hire trucking employment total. So it sounds like big numbers, but okay, so it's less than 2% and 1.3%. But they tell us the impact of the clearinghouse has, in their words, culled another 40,000 or so drivers directly from the market, and probably thousands more have exited because they think they might not pass a drug test. The heightened sharing of drug screening status has made it more difficult for the fleets as they struggle to recruit drivers. On the flip side, we haven't seen a lot of new drivers come into the industry to replace them, they say. The clearinghouse effect, on top of the reduced driver count, which you can add COVID-19 into that as well, has really magnified the disparity of new drivers coming into this industry. All right, somewhere in the mix, I believe they said an overwhelming majority of those positive drug tests were marijuana. I wonder how many of those, because this has been a kind of a bone of contention where the CBD oil had become such a popular thing, and there's so many different types and brands. You put 2 drops under your tongue, whatever, every day or twice a day. Yeah, the CBD oil. Even though the bottle says THC free, the trucking industry has been telling drivers for quite some time. You can't believe that. You can't trust that, because even a minuscule amount in your CBD oil, it builds up in your system over time, and you can get to the point. Many drivers have come back testing positive for marijuana use, and they said, I've never smoked weed. I've been using CBD oil for the last 6 months or the last year, whatever it is. But nonetheless, they come back testing positive. It's 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, my turn again. So here we are. Good to have you with us. Rush Limbaugh came up. I mentioned him briefly last evening. They were talking about the demise of talk radio. It's becoming more and more of just background noise. Yeah, nothing close to the impact that for so many years. In particular, they were talking of conservative talk radio, the impact it had on bringing politicians to the front and center, getting taking care of, promoting this guy or that guy or girl for election and whatnot. And I shared the book that my daughter had bought, Censorship, Silencing Talk Radio. So Rush Limbaugh, his name came up in that conversation because he's like, of course, he's been the biggest name in conservative talk radio for how many years? Many, many years. The fact that his health is declining, and oddly enough, it seems as though his health is actually getting worse. He's not even supposed to be alive today, technically. The report says Rush has not appeared on air since February the 2nd, nearly 10 days, as it continues to battle the advanced lung cancer, missing Wednesday's program as well. James Golden, a guy that's known by his pseudonym Bo Snerdley, says, quote, "Our prayers are with Rush as he continues to fight the illness that he's been afflicted with. We're still praying for a remission." Today, Ken Matthews filled in for Rush. Thanks for all the prayers, kind words, and wishes for our Rush. Now, at 70 years old, of course, he learned he had advanced lung cancer January of last year. Then was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom by President Trump at the State of the Union address. Limbaugh said he was, of course, first he was shocked by the diagnosis, said it had been as difficult on those who are close to him as it was on him personally. I can't be self-absorbed about it, but when that's the tendency, when you're told you've got like a due date, that you're going to be gone. You've got an expiration date. A lot of people never get told that. So they don't face life this way. All right, Hubler checked in. I'm sorry, Hobbler. Because it's Hobbler, not the Wobbler. He said, Steve, on your last show, you talked about Limbaugh. The reason I never listened to Rush. 5 days a week, 3 hours a day, he talks politics. He refuses to talk about anything else. Steve Summers, on the other hand, will talk about anything as long as it's professional and clean. Rush screens callers. If you don't agree with Rush, you'll never get on the air. Steve will talk with any caller. May not agree with the caller, but will allow callers to express their opinions. The show is geared to trucking, but Steve will talk any subject. Rush has lung cancer. Well, it's technically his own fault. He smoked cigarettes and cigars all his life. He's in the business for the money. That's it. Rush and his fans thought they would get Trump reelected. Well, what happened to that? And the fact that he was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom, I guess he's not real happy with that. What in the hell did he do to deserve the Medal of Freedom when we have troops coming back from Afghanistan, losing arms, legs, hands, you name it? Do they get the Presidential Medal of Freedom? Yeah, I guess, maybe some do, some don't. Most probably not. But Hobbler, thanks for listening, being a part of the show, chiming in there. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Grump. What's going on this morning?
Sounds like old Hobbler's got a stick up his ass or something there. He needs to do a little research on Rush Limbaugh, because he referenced those guys coming back from, with limbs missing.
Mm-hmm.
Rush does a lot of charity work and gives millions of damn dollars to the wounded warriors to support our troops. And he's kind of one of these under the radar kind of guys. He don't like the notoriety of it or anything like that. He just does it.
He's not all all braggadocious about it, right? He's not patting himself on the back.
No, he's not.
No,
and that's something that guys will spout their mouth off about somebody, and not know a damn thing about them. I ain't got nothing against this Hobbler character, but anybody that has done what Rush Limbaugh has done, and to help our troops and to help handicapped children and to support, throw his financial, donations and things like that to places like St. Jude's and Shriners and things like that. He deserves something for it. It's a hell of a lot more than a lot of people's doing. So, but anyway, I remember when I was going to canine school, man, back when it was 79, when I was in the Air Force, when I first, in security, we talked a lot about the dogs and their capabilities even back then. And I remember one of the instructors, he was talking, he said, these dogs' noses are so keen. One of these days they're going to be able to detect cancer. And they can. They have dogs that can spot melanoma instead of, doing the biopsies on things. They'll let the dog just, sniff, a spot on your body, and they'll sit down or they'll bark or they'll do so, however they're trained. But it's, it's remarkable. I had what we call a multi-dog. He was sentry, attack dog, and plus drug dog. We, just depending on, what situation you wanted it, or you was in at the night, or anything, we running checkpoints or running drugs, stings or whatever. But, I was just always amazed at dogs. It's just, I've got a chocolate lab. He's 130 pounds. He'll drink beer out of a bottle. My wife taught that dog how to pick. He'll pick all his toys up or whatever. He'll go put them in a basket. He'll turn lights on for her. He can open the doors. Things like that. It's just remarkable how these animals are, and it's I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's I take my hat off to just what they're teaching dogs today, and they act like the dogs act like they love what they do. My dog, back when I was in the military, I had a couple different canines, but they were sharp as a whip, man. His reward was a damn ball. He just wanted to play with the ball. Whatever he did good, you throw him a ball out there and he just had a damn ball with it. But it just always amazed me, and you look at all the canines that are been overseas in Afghanistan and Iraq and places like that, and sniffing out IEDs. Stephen can probably tell you that, but we had a guy. He actually got a Bronze Star from his dog. It had went through. Lord, I can't remember how many IEDs it had found, but it was stick. It would even smell the string if it they would teach it how to smell the damn string on some of these things, that would set it off, the tripwires and things. And it just amazed me. I remember my son when he first started kindergarten, he had a kid in his class had diabetes, and just a little kid. He had a dog, that would actually, it would alert the teacher if he started going into insulin shock or anything like that. And it would smell, it just casually walk by and smell his skin. And a lot of times this kid couldn't, he wouldn't be able to communicate that he was, needed some juice or, some candy or something to bring his levels up. But that damn dog, buddy, it would dig stuff out of a bag and, put it on the floor or put it on the desk, and it'd bark at the teacher, and she'd go over there and give him his juice or whatever. But it just amazed me. They said they paid $32,000 for that dog. But yeah, it's just crazy, man. I mean, what they learn and how fast they can learn it, and they just seem happy as hell doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't get to listen to any of the impeachment stuff today, did you?
I did not tune in. I did not. Now, did I miss anything?
Yeah, you missed a lot of drama, man. I'm not kidding you. And I cannot believe, Steve, how they're digging stuff up like Trump was the instigator of everything. And they've hired, in the opening arguments there, they was talking about a movie. The Democrats are going to have a movie maker put together this collage of film clips and stuff like that to try to convince the other 17 Republicans to go ahead and convict, But this, they were playing, cuts of the tape, and of course, there was several people objected to it. Said, look, you're not playing the whole thing, I mean, you're taking it out of context, doing this, doing that, and they were just cherry picking little parts and things like that, which, any court of law, that attorney would have got his ass thrown in jail for contempt of court. That would have been manufacturing evidence. But I have yet to understand how the Senate and the House can get by with standing on the House floor or on the Senate floor and lying their sorry ass off, and nothing happens. They are immune from any kind of prosecution. And of course, it's a law that they created, voted on, and it's implemented. It's like their insider trading laws. They sit around there and talk all that garbage, but they get the tips on what's going to happen on on a lot of this different stuff, but and stock prices and things like that. But it just blows my mind that they're able to put these little bits and pieces and edit stuff out of what Trump said and and other people said, and make it look like it's something bad. It just blows my mind, man. I was sitting there listening to some of this. I'm like, God, you got to be kidding me. Why isn't somebody getting indicted for manufacturing evidence? It's crazy. But I don't know. I haven't heard one lawyer, one of them, say they're writing any kind of a brief or any kind of an amicus or any kind of a writ or anything like that to submit to the Supreme Court to see if this is actually constitutional, what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you think that they would try to fast track something through to get clarification on what is constitutional and what is not. But I haven't heard one damn lawyer, one of his lawyers, or Trump's lawyers, say anything about it. Not, and it's not just limited to them. Any senator, anybody, that's in that, in the middle of this could, actually do a writ and submit it through the, the Supreme Court, and see if they could get it heard, get it, and see if, what's constitutional and what's not. Because it's, man, I tell you what, this just stinks to high heaven. It just, I know, we've talked about it. Trump's got a big mouth. Hell, that's his mantra right there. That's who he is. His tweets and stuff like that, and then he'll walk things back or whatever. But my God, this is not about. I think I told you this is about stopping any potential Trumps from ever wanting to run.
Mm-hmm.
This is nothing more than we're on your ass is what it is. It's we see what you want to do. You're not part of our swamp. So we want you out, and it just, man, I tell you, it just every day, I took that oath many, many times, as a career NCO in the military, and you raise that hand, you stand there, you mean it, when you say, I'm uphold and defend the Constitution. These clowns, they could give a damn less. They're not even looking at what's constitutional anymore. They're just looking at what they think is right and wrong. And it just blows my mind that that somebody's not stepping in on this.
We're too dumb to make our own decisions. We're too dumb to make our own decisions and our own choices. They're smarter than us. They have to make these decisions because they know what's best for us.
Yes. That's the liberal mindset, that you need government in your life, and Hillary Clinton started that crap, years ago. It takes a village, and look at the war on fat kids from Michelle Obama. She come right out and said, parents do not know how to raise kids. My God, some of them just eat what the hell they can get. That's just the way it is. And it's, I don't know, man. I tell you what, this country is, we need to really sit down, I think, in the next elections here. And I think right now, I've talked to a couple of guys about this, but, I think right now Biden is screwing up crap so bad, that Americans are going to get a serious bad taste in their mouth when they start paying double for gas. Their property taxes go through the roof and everything else. And you can only blame so much on this COVID stuff. And that's something else that I'm not understanding. They're talking about these, getting on a plane and having to declare whether or not you got that little shot card, and you have to stand there and answer questions, whether or not, what disease you had, if you had COVID, or, you've had this, or what, if you run any fevers. Every time somebody asks you them damn questions, they're violating HIPAA laws. That's a private deal between you and your medical providers. Your insurance company can ask you stuff, workman's comp. People like that. I was looking over the HIPAA laws there earlier today, because it's, places that I go to, they're constantly bombarding you really with medical questions. And I'm sitting there looking at it. I said, ain't none of your damn business whether I've had, what I've had. Oh, yeah, it is. No, it's not. It's, have you ever heard of something called the HIPAA laws? It just, that's the Privacy Act between, medical records and medical conditions and you and your doctor. That's, my God, it seems like anymore, it's this whole country is just flipping over to something else. We're doing a complete 180 from what we were. Everything that people's fought for over the years. Look at all the civil rights that, people marched and to get, women's voting rights and civil liberties for blacks, and just so much, that people has stood up and fought for. And it's not just one color, it's every color's done that. Our military, we've bled more for other people than we have ourselves. It just amazes me that we pack our crap and we head off overseas to fight some damn war, and you got people like Lindsey Graham sitting there going, well, we don't want to fight them here in the United States. If somebody's stupid enough to step foot in the United States and want to start a damn war, we have a little something called a Second Amendment. What we got, about 480 million guns in the United States now. My God, who's going to be dumb enough to try to take I don't know, some Bug Tussle, Tennessee or some crap like that. Right. That's all they need to do. But man, Steve, it's just like I said, it's just something new every day. It's like we wake up and you sit there just wondering what the hell's going to happen now. It's what stupid thing is going to be, brought out by these congressional members or, senators or whatever, and we're in a job that, in transportation right now, we're looking at speed limiters. We're looking at, stricter restrictions, more restrictions on these ELDs and things like that. I had a guy today at one of these major truck stops, is one with a big heart on it. It's snowing. Hell, everything's snow. If there's no lines for people to park between, then hell, they'll park any direction they can. But this moron, and he's one of them Springfield, Missouri drivers. I'm not going to name any companies, but he was a prime suspect for your DA of the week right there. But
Okay.
he just pulls up and blocks the damn exit. And I'm pulling up behind him there, and I got to go. Hell, I got a load of meat got to get delivered. So finally I got out and knocked on it. I said, dude, can you move? He said, well, there isn't anywhere else to park. I said, that could be the stupidest thing I've heard tonight. So you going to block the freaking exit? Go. He said, I ain't got any more hours. I said, you're going to get your ass whooped if you ain't moving this truck. I can guarantee you that, because I got to go. If sitting here is worth some skin in the game, then we're going to get after it here. Because you just got to sit here with these guys and go, what the hell is wrong with you? They're nurtured like little kids. It's, they can't think for themselves, and it's just, I don't know, man. It's just, and I think, that CB deal there, I did holler at him on the CB and didn't get no response. So I was like, well, there's another one that doesn't have one. So, I'm surprised they don't have their damn cell phone number tattooed on the side of the truck. No CB, call me if we have traffic problems, that kind of thing. Anyway, so how's things going, brother? Everything all right?
Doing all right, plugging away one day at a time. So got a little more winter here this year than we've had in quite some time, Grump. I ain't liking this stuff. Actually, things starting to kind of add up. 3 inches here, 5 inches there, 2 inches, and just maybe a little bit more coming our way there later this morning, but. Would you be surprised if I told you that in the days after the attack on the Capitol, the phone lines and the websites of local election officials across the country have been hopping? Apparently tens of thousands of Republicans have been calling or logging on to switch party affiliations. In California, more than 33,000 registered Republicans left the party during the 3 weeks after the Washington riot. Pennsylvania, more than 12,000 voters left the GOP. In just the past month, more than 10,000 Republicans have changed their registration in Arizona. The analysis of voting records by the New York Times found nearly 140,000 Republicans had quit the party in 25 states that actually had readily available data. There's 19 states that do not have registration by party. Voting experts says this data indicates a stronger than usual flight from a political party after a presidential election, as well as the potential start of a damaging period for the Republican Party, as voters recoil from the Capitol violence and the fallout. So what's the deal? Are they going to re-register as an independent? What happened in D.C. broke my heart, says one Juan Nunez, Army veteran out of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. He said that he had long felt the difference between the United States and many other countries, that campaign season fighting ended on Election Day when all sides would peacefully accept the result. That changed everything, to which he said it shook me to the core. The biggest spike in Republicans leaving the party came in the days after January 6th, especially in California, where there were 1,020 Republican changes on just January the 5th, then 3,243 on the 7th. Arizona had 233 changes in the first 5 days of January, then 3,317 in the next week. Most of those leaving the Republican Party are switching their registration to, quote, unaffiliated status. In other words, independent. Now, supposedly, voter rolls often change after presidential elections, when registrations sometimes shift toward the winner's party, or people maybe update their old affiliation to correspond with their current preferences, oftentimes at the Department of Motor Vehicles. But Are they leaving the Republican Party? Here's the big question. Are they looking or just waiting, anticipating for Donald Trump to proceed with the Freedom Party or whatever the potential name that he might use is? All right, we'll get a quick break in here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, they've always said one bad apple can spoil the bushel. Is that the way it was said? Something like that. We were talking earlier about the Drug and Alcohol Testing Clearinghouse. You know, they're catching a lot, but there's still those that slip through the cracks. From CDL Life this past day, a truck driver facing multiple charges after troopers reportedly discovered a cache of drugs and paraphernalia inside his semi during an inspection in Indiana on Tuesday. Illinois-based truck driver Edward R. Evans, 50 years old, has been arrested and charged with possession of methamphetamine, possession of cocaine, operating a vehicle while intoxicated, endangering a person, operating a vehicle while intoxicated, and possession of paraphernalia. According to the Indiana State Police, Evans pulled into the I-70 Terre Haute scales just before 4 in the afternoon this past Tuesday for a level 1 inspection. During the inspection, troopers said that suspicious activity was immediately detected, which triggered a search of the truck, where they discovered methamphetamine, cocaine, marijuana and drug paraphernalia inside the semi. Evans showed signs of impairment, failing a sobriety test. He then refused to submit to a chemical test. Placed under arrest, transported to the Vigo County Jail, where he is held without bond. Okay. They're out there. They are out there. Got to be careful, people. Let's get back to the calls here. Got lines available at 844-844-3388. What's happening this morning, Big Moose?
Just out here enjoying this salubrious winter climate.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, now them guys are talking about them CB radios, and Eagle said he wished some of them guys had come back from the dead. Well, I guess here I am. But years ago, CBs only had 23 channels, and Robin and Realistic got together and come out with that 40 channel, that Robin 40 channel. And of course, I had to have one. And I ordered one of them things from a Monkey Ward catalog. I give big bucks for it, too.
Oh, yeah?
And I bought that thing. And it was just the same as having nothing because nobody else had one, so there wasn't nobody to talk to. You know,
Okay.
You get to channel 23, that was it, you know. And I paid big bucks for that thing. I had me a big old Stellar microphone, big old 500-watt linear amplifier, and had it all mounted up in my Falcon van. Now, you remember them Falcon vans? Ford had the Falcon car and then the Falcon van.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, it was a good time. I don't know how many car batteries I went through running that big linear, because it short the 12-volt battery out in the car, you know. You get too much power, you short your battery out in the car.
You were breaking all the rules, Moose. I mean, you were way over limit, weren't you?
Oh, yeah, Lord, yes. And I tell you what, I remember one winter, it was all froze up and everything. I got in there and I let that old radio warm up. I flipped, and it howled like a dog when it was cold. You know. That thing warmed up, and I turned that power knob all the way over to max, and I keyed that microphone up, and I whistled in that mic, and the ice jumped off that antenna, and it had a 14-foot whip mounted to the front bumper, bent over the top, and attached to the back bumper, and they had icicles hanging on it a foot long. Now, I powered that thing up, keyed that microphone, and whistled. Them icicles jumped off that thing like they was leaving a sinking boat, man.
That's great.
And then you talking about the lot lizards, a.k.a. recreational reptiles, or as they're known in Latin, El Porcimus Maximus. Now, you got to give them old girls credit. You know, they worked hard for the money. There was an old truck stop, and I can't remember the name of it. It later became a pilot. It was down there in Georgetown, Kentucky. And had a big old 2-story building. The restaurant was in the bottom of it, and had a shower house and bathroom and everything upstairs. And they had a regular working gal down there. And you had to watch her, though, because she'd clean you out. You know, she'd wait till you fell asleep and then steal everything you had that wasn't nailed down, you know. But I was going through a little bit of reprieve at the time, and I fell for temptation, you know. And about 2 days later, well, I guess about the second morning, I woke up, man, clammy skin, about 102-degree fever. Next thing I know, I'm sitting in an urgent care clinic up there in Loveland, and this doctor coming at me with a syringe that looked like it was big around as a stovepipe and about 2 foot long, and the needle on the end of it looked like a number 10 framing nail. That sucker stuck me in the keister with that thing and pumped me full of that goo, and I tell you what, I had to leave them working girls alone. But thanks to Craigslist and Tinder and all this crap they got now, there ain't no need for them to sit out in the cold like you did in the old days. But have good times anyway. At least we thought it was.
You're right. We had the good old days.
Well, like I said, there wasn't a whole lot good about them. It was just different. But yeah, that's all I got for tonight. I just wanted to chime in there. I don't know if any of these guys even seen the 23-channel radio. I'm sure most of them had, but that's all we had back in the day. It had a big old dial on them, and if you turned it too quick, if you turned that dial too quick, you could actually skip over channels and it'd get your radio all screwed up. You had to turn it slow, because if you spun it real fast, that thing, the rheostat in there would skip over a channel, and then you might be on 17, you might be talking on 19, or put it on 19, you might be on 23 or up on channel 2. You know, it was it was junk.
Wow.
You know, they got all that new stuff now. Got them big Connex radios now about the size of a VCR tape, and they'd talk circles around all that big old crap we had back in the day. You know, I bet at one time I had probably 200 pounds of radio equipment on the truck. And now you can buy a radio now that talks circles around that thing. It weighs, 4 or 5 ounces.
Yeah, yeah.
So technology is a good thing. Well, I'm going to ride off into the blowing and snowing and the bucking the snow drift, so y'all keep it between the spotted and the solid. We'll catch you on the flip side.
As always, be safe out there. Big Moose, good to hear from you. I love those stories from back in the day, right? The good old days. Yeah, the CB radio. You know, wasn't it? How many drivers out there had those big old linears? You know, my dad was into the CB early on, and of course, then he became a big ham radio guy. Hell, at one point in time, he had a giant antenna out the backyard of his house, and he had a ton of ham radio equipment. But he'd get in the car, and it was so cool. He'd talk on that big linear, talk to people a whole lot further away than you were supposed to be allowed to be talking to people. But before we get back to your calls, real quick, like a California man said he was, well, suffice it to say, kind of shocked when the wallet he lost 53 years ago was returned to him after being found in the place where he actually lost it, which happened to be Antarctica. Paul Grisham of San Diego said he doesn't remember losing the wallet while serving as a meteorologist in the U.S. Navy in Antarctica, October of 1967. But the wallet was found during the demolition of the building at McMurdo Station, the southernmost town on Earth. It was his old wallet. New Hampshire man Stephen Ducato, who used to work for the agency that does snowcap research in Antarctica, said his former boss got in touch with him last month to ask for his help finding the owners of 2 wallets they found during the demolition of the building. So they contacted what they call the Indian Spirit of 45 Nonprofit Foundation. McKee contacted Gary Cox of the Naval Weather Service Association for help finding the owner of the other wallet. And they were able to put the sleuths in touch with Grisham, who is a member of the organization. Grisham said the wallet still contained his Navy ID, his driver's license, a tax statement, a recipe for homemade Kahlua, a beer ration punch card, receipts for money orders sent to his wife, and a pocket reference card for what to do in the event of varying disasters. That's pretty wild. The owner of the other wallet had passed away back in 2016. But can you imagine that, getting your wallet back 53 years ago? All right, who's next up here? And I believe is it Dina?
That would be Scenic Route, Steve. Thank me for making my call.
Thank you very much. What's up?
What was the source of that article you're reading about people changing their party affiliation after January 6th? Where'd you get that?
I think that was on Newsmax.
Okay, that sounds like propaganda to me. My wife and I went down to that January 6th. We went because we could see that the Republicans, we were kind of looking to help Trump in the situation. And when I say help, I mean do the right thing. Conduct audits in the counts in the cities, in the urban areas, in the states where they had, the Republicans had a majority. We fully expected that they would get everything straightened out and Trump would be shown to have won the election. And as the days wore on, we began to realize that the Republicans that were in charge in those states were part of the deep state, part of the swamp.
Mm-hmm.
And so when it came to January 6th, we, Trump put out a call for people to come to a rally. And he's done so much for us, we decided we're going to go there just to thank him. He wanted us to be there, so we decided we were going to be there. It's the least we could do for him. The Republicans weren't going to help him. So anyway, once we realized what was going on and the Republicans weren't going to be of any help, we decided to change our party affiliation to independent. And that's the vast majority of people, of Republicans, that are switching their party affiliation. That report from Newsmax just sounded like they found a couple people.
I'm trying to dig back here because I searched so many sources. I'm seeing it looks like it may have emanated originally from the New York Times. I apologize, New York Times.
Okay, yeah. They just wanted to. They found a couple people, whether they actually exist or not. They could have made it up, saying that we were just outraged by the way that the MAGA people acted at that rally. And by the way, that rally was one of the, I've been to concerts with them, which were much more rowdy. We actually went up to the Capitol steps. We weren't about to go up, get up to the steps or try to break in. We didn't see anything on our side. I guess most of it happened on the other side, the east side of the building. We weren't there to assault anybody or attack anybody. We were there just to thank Trump for what he did. By that time, it was pretty clear that the election was going to be stolen and he wasn't going to be reelected. We were just there to thank him. But we decided, we're going to change our party affiliation because he got no help from the Republicans. They had it in their power to do the right thing. As far as I'm concerned, this election is the end of the republic. Now that the Democrats have stolen this election, everybody talks about what's going to happen in the midterms. We're going to get the House back. We're going to do this. The Democrats have the power. They're not going to give it back. It's not going to happen. So the only alternative is a third party of some sort. We're independents now. We're looking for, to see what Trump does. But that story was bogus. That was propaganda. That's my take.
You're not buying into it. All right. Supposedly they're going on what they call the voter registration rolls. The states that actually have access to the numbers. So.
Sure. There were a lot of Republicans that changed affiliation, but it wasn't because they were flabbergasted by the bad behavior of the MAGA crowd on January 6th. There might have been some of that, maybe 2%, but the vast majority of people just decided that, the Republican Party is a bunch of swamp dwellers and they're in it for their own purposes and, time for something new.
So if Donald Trump were to start a new party, would you be inclined to follow and join his party?
Oh, definitely. I mean, look, he was an outsider that came to change the way that our government works because it's become just, a situation where they're in it for themselves and they think we serve them rather than the other way around. Trump was in there to shake things up, and he did. And now they're trying to make it so nobody else like him can run for public office. But so I'm for anything that brings in an outsider that wants the best for this country rather than themselves.
So I'd be more inclined to think more of those leaving the party are kind of like in your category. There may be some out there because they try to cite one individual who said, to kind of paraphrase Ronald Reagan, that I did not leave the Republican Party. The Republican Party left me. Okay. The same could be said for the Democrat Party side. I wonder if they even looked into those numbers. How many Democrats are exiting that party? Or maybe in the coming weeks and months, as more and more of the socialist agenda gets shoved down the American people's throat, Democrats that'll be saying, I did not leave the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party left me, because they're going to a socialist, down the path of socialism. And that's not the Democrat Party that I join. I mean, it's definitely a two-way street, right? With that, we got lines available. It's 844-3388. A dump truck driver found himself in an unfortunate situation Wednesday morning. You talk about a crappy job. Uh-oh. After a near collision forced him to slam on his brakes, dislodging his load of treated human waste. This happened in Hollywood, Florida. According to News 7 Miami, the dump truck driver was headed west on Sheridan Street when an eastbound pickup truck lost control, skidded in front of the dump truck before crashing into a nearby home. He must have been coming at a super high velocity and lost control over there, hit the median, practically went airborne, ended up in there. But I had to slam on the brakes. Luckily, he didn't actually hit me, but while he was able to avoid the collision, the sudden braking caused the treated human waste fertilizer to slosh out of the trailer, breaking through the back window of the cab, covering him in the substance. Talking about being covered in crap. Luckily, no one was hurt in the incident. Crews were left to clean up quite a mess. And the entire area, including the truck, had to be hosed down. Ew, what a job. They got a photograph of the driver of the truck walking away from the cab of the truck. And it's covered. Sludge. But it was treated human waste, right? Oh, well, that makes a big difference, okay? Is this Mike? Hey, good morning, Mike. Mike.
Hey, good morning, Steve. First time listener and second day of listening. First day caller. I was turned on to you by the illustrious Captain Ron.
Captain Ron, yeah, okay.
Yes, sir, because basically we were talking, I think I spewed something about WLW the other day, and he was telling me about you, and I run right down through your neck of the woods. I come out of north of Columbus there and run over here to Seymour, Indiana every night. And I really wasn't into politics till Trump came around, because one was just as till he came, and he was the first person I actually got me out to vote. I've never voted until him.
Wow.
And what I've heard and read, I listened to another night radio station, out of Dallas, and those guys were pretty straight shooters, but there was a lot of arrogance out of them. And I noticed with you, there's absolutely none of that with your callers, and I do appreciate it that you give us a peaceful and patriotic place to air our grievances and share our stories. And I just want to let you know, like I said, I'm first-time caller, first-time listener, and I think you got a new fan here, and, appreciate what you're doing for us.
Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear from you, and thanks to Captain Ron, because I know we're friends on Facebook, and he sends me email here and there, I think, and I know he posts on the comment page there. So how about a coupon code $60 so you can try out some of the Hot Shot Secret products? Sound like a winner to you?
Oh, I would love some of that. I pull a lot of heavy weight, back and forth. It's basically for an auto manufacturer, dedicated route. 5 nights a week. And, you know, I've got a Cummins in my Kenworth, and, you know, it's a really good motor. I'm real happy with it, 15 liter, and I would like to try out some of that. I've used Lucas before, and it's done good for me, but, you know, I'd like to use some of that too.
Just
you know,
wait till you
compare the difference.
wait till you try the Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, the other stuff out there is all diluted down, and so yeah, that's why they do the chemical testing and the breakdown of all this stuff, and they make the best. When they talk about the most concentrated formula on the market, that's what they guarantee to do. So hey, I've got your phone number here, and we'll get you a code for you to punch in and get you $60, and you'll get free shipping. They'll have it at your door in a few days.
Wow, that's really awesome, Steve. You know, I'd like to tell them thanks and you thanks, you know, for giving it out. You know, I look to be listening to you from now on.
That's
Occasionally,
great.
if I got something to say, you know, I'll maybe pipe in something. I'll keep it clean and patriotic and peaceful, just like we need.
All right.
You know, we won't be circling around back to anything.
Yeah, I'll
so.
circle back on that. You got to love that chick. Well, you know, tomorrow night for our Friday morning show, if you tune in for our Friday morning show, Chris Gabrelchik, he's the guy that, you know, the creator, the founder, the guy that got it all started with Hot Shot Secret, and he's the one that, you know, got this started when I lost my gig there at 700. He decided, you know, well, we're going to start up our own radio program from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. He's going to be on with us tomorrow night, so maybe if you can get an open line, you can call and say hello and tell him thanks for the show, and I'm glad Captain Ron got you introduced to us. Thank you for sharing, Captain Ron. All right, so yeah, I got his number here. That's great. That's the way you grow the show, right? You can help spread the word. All right, I got open lines. We're pretty much, all right, with that, we're cleared out. Wide open at 844-844-3388. There we go. Yeah, look at the clock. You're rolling toward the longest hour in radio. Got an email from Peggy. By the way, email steve@hotshotsecret.com. Been listening to this morning show. This is after yesterday's show. And you just had a conversation with Big Ed about Don Trump Jr., to which you credited him with a lot of the foreign policy agreements that have been so important to the country and President Trump, which, yes, I was ultimately corrected on that, and Peggy did the same. It's my understanding, she said, it was really Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, married to his daughter Ivanka. That's the one that's done a lot of that, not Junior. Now, Junior's the one who's most like his father, very articulate, could one day run for president. But not in 2024. I agree with Big Ed. Yeah, I think Ted Cruz would be the candidate. I'm totally unimpressed with Marco Rubio, but I just wanted to drop my 2 cents worth in. Well, Peggy, I thank you so much. Peggy sends me articles, emails, and things of interest for the listening audience. I thank you so much for that. She sent me several in recent days. So yesterday morning, she also sent me a rather interesting article from Town Hall under the headline, How Many Americans Has the American Medical Establishment Killed? Well, that's a good question. Yeah, again, from Town Hall. Maybe I'll share a bit more on that coming up in our next hour. Again, if you want to jump on, it's 844-844-3388. More to come. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, somebody said, I'm seeing changes in the forecast. What's the word? All right, it looks like, let me see. Start with the National Weather Service office out of Wilmington, Ohio, that would be. And they have kind of bumped up what had been like some winter weather advisories to winter storm warnings. It looks like the dividing line is going to be very, very, very close, right along the Ohio River line. Which time and time again, it seems like that dividing line, we find ourselves here in southwest Ohio, right on the line of where you can see big accumulations, north or south, and the opposite, the other direction. They have bumped up to winter storm warnings, in effect, until 7 p.m. This evening, Thursday evening. Primarily, it's the northern Kentucky, Owenton, Williamstown, Crittenden, Dry Ridge, Falmouth, Brooksville, West Union, Peebles, Portsmouth, and Wheelersburg. Now, they're saying you're going to get some of that mixed stuff as well. Another 1 to 2 inches of snow and ice accumulations, 1 to 2/10 of an inch. That's portions of south central Ohio and northern Kentucky. Again, when I flip back to the page, so from Cincinnati to Wilmington, still under a winter weather advisory. It's still kind of saying about an inch, maybe additional snowfall there. You don't get too far south there into northern Kentucky, and you bump up to the winter storm warnings. Now, of course, the ice storm warnings continue for much of Kentucky, from Owensboro down to Hopkinsville, even down to Clarksville, Tennessee, from north to south. Then you head east all the way over from Corbin up into Lexington, Kentucky. There in central, you get over into eastern portions of Kentucky, from Somerset to Pikeville, southward to Middlesboro, northward up to Moorhead, Kentucky. So, you've got the big cities, Lexington in the mix there, Jackson, Kentucky, where the ice scenario, again, hundreds of thousands anticipating being out of power. And just a couple days before some of the coldest air of the season comes in, you got to feel for the line workers out there that are going to be trying to restore power, that are going to be working out in the elements, the freezing cold. Let's take you to Jackson, Kentucky, where the freezing rain mixed with some snow and sleet at times will continue on into the day today before tapering off Thursday evening, but not before significant ice accumulation. Anywhere from 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice forecast. Total snow and sleet accumulations may be 1 inch, as from time to time it mixes in, but that's going to be power outages, tree damage very likely, and travel nearly impossible under the ice storm warnings. Mother Nature just throwing a little bit of everything our way in recent days. Now, if I get any further updates, obviously I'll pass it your way, but be careful out there. Our number, 844-844-3388. We call it the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And would this be James on the line?
Nope, this is Pierogi.
Pierogi, okay.
Pierogi. Yeah. How's it going?
That sounds like a new handle to me. I don't recognize that one. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, I'm a first-time caller. I discovered your show. I work nights, and, I don't listen to music, so I've been listening through the dials on the old AM radio, and I picked up your old show on 700. And ever since then, I've been listening for about 2 years. And sorry to hear what happened last year, but I'm glad you're back on the radio. So,
yeah, well, I'm glad to be back behind the microphone. Did you say it's Pierogi or Frogi?
Pierogi, a Polish pierogi.
Okay, all right, a Pierogi.
Yeah. So, I live up here in Canada. I'm an American, but my wife and daughter, they're Canadians.
Okay.
But I live on the border town in Niagara Falls side in Ontario. But, I go back and forth. I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio. Then, I was 8 years in the Navy. Then I met my wife, me being single, and for her, she was going through a divorce. It was just easier for me to move to Canada than from her to go to the States because she had also another daughter. So, I've been here for about almost 20 years now, living up here on north side, and but I like to talk about Trump and how, like, how you say, Canada, it's almost the same. The media, how they attack Trump and all the conservatives. It's not just exclusive to, the U.S. media.
Mm-hmm.
Even during the election, I'll be listening to some of the, talk shows during the day, because, I like listening to a lot of radio. And, like, none of the news talk and even a lot of the news, they all, just talk negative about Trump. Even like, I think it was yesterday, I just flashed on the TV, and there was I think some federal execution. They were blaming it was a super spreader event, and they all blame against Trump. But, I think just conservatism is just under attack everywhere, and you think having more than one party, than two parties, it's a solution. But Canada has about 5 or 6 parties, and the one that gets mostly attacked is the Conservative Party.
That's what we've heard for 4 years, Brogy. That's all we've heard on this. I mean, I do recall seeing that there were a lot of Trump supporters there in Canada, actually, because oddly enough, that they would even get involved. They were waving Trump flags, prior to the election up there. That odd that they would even get involved in U.S. politics, but
it's nonstop here. They talk more U.S. politics than they do Canadian politics.
Wow.
It's like you think I'm living in somewhere in the U.S., but it's they do maybe 1 or 2 minutes they do the quick Canadian, then all the rest is just Trump this, Trump that. It's like I don't understand why the Canadians are so obsessed and so bashing with the Trumps. It's like he must be that powerful that 2 countries are just going at attacking him.
Well, I shared an interesting story the other morning, how Donald Trump has been so viciously attacked about his failures with the rollout of the COVID vaccine. And, it's all his fault that people are dying. You've heard all that. But the story was in regards to, I guess, the rollout of the vaccine there in Canada. The Prime Minister, Trudeau, he's done an abysmal job of getting the vaccine rolled out for Canadians. Is that correct?
It's been slow. Don't get me wrong, but the Prime Minister, he comes out, one of those little cuckoo clocks, where the little figure comes out every, at noon, he does his little thing and it goes back in. That's what a lot of the, like my neighbors, they consider him, like a cuckoo clock. He comes out, he does his little show, the media praises him, then he goes back in, then I say the media switches to the premier of Ontario, where I live, is a conservative, Doug Ford, and the media is just vicious on him. They attack him left and right, it's just, I don't know, is it because he's a conservative or, but if he's a liberal, they praise him, all great,
Sure.
Can't touch the golden boy, Justin Trudeau, and Justin Trudeau has his own, scandals, and, but they briefly mention it, then he switched to Trump or Doug Ford, they consider Doug Ford a mini Trump, he's like, oh, he's a conservative, he wants to be like Trump, and they just bash and bash. It's like, I can't watch news anymore, because they just, it's not, I don't know. So, but yeah, I just wanted to let you know that, I enjoy the show, this is my first time calling, and I say, I don't know why, Canada and like other countries, they're afraid of Trump, and he must have done something right. They're that afraid of him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Well, I so much appreciate you checking in, Progi. I've got your number here. I'm pretty sure we can ship to Canada for a Hot Shot Secret. That is. How about I've got your number here, and we'll text you a coupon code like I did for the other first timers. That sound like a plan?
Well, I'm not really a truck driver. I don't have any diesel engines. So maybe give one to the next truck driver. They're one of our essential workers, the border, they're still open. They're going back and forth, Fortunately, I have family in Cleveland and I haven't seen in a year because, if they got to do all these, they won't open the border just yet. But thanks. I appreciate it. But yeah, give it to them maybe one of the next truck drivers, they could really use it.
Okay. Well, I mean, they also make automobile products, They got stuff for your car too, so.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then you have a good night or good morning there, Steve.
Thank
Nice
you much.
talking to you.
All right. There's another new handle. Progi? I have to do a little Google search. What the hell's a progi? What do you call it? A Polish progi? All right, let me see here. Under the Hotshot Secret News, you'll be the first to know Diesel's on the beach. The first diesel-specific drag race of the season kicks off in the Sunshine State. Diesel's on the beach coming up March the 5th and 6th at the Emerald Coast Dragway in the Panhandle of Florida, where, yes, our friend Kyle Fisher with Hotshot Secret will be making his way over to the race to support the numerous Hotshot Secret sponsored diesel drag racers who gather every year at this early spring warm-up event as they get ready for the big diesel motorsport season, which is coming on. So there you go. That'll be coming up. Actually, we are going to do some live events in 2021. After I guess everybody's got to, yes, you'll have to do your social distancing and all, correct? Don't forget to wear your mask. All right, let's see. Well, Fly Rod, you lost your cell. No, Fly Rod, looks like he's still there. The other guy lost his cell. So give us a ring back. Hello, Fly Rod.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Good to hear you this morning.
Thank you so much. What's happening?
Well, hey, Steve, I enjoyed last night's show so much. I enjoyed hearing Big Ed call in and give his rant. And Cue Ball, he last couple nights he's called in, and it's just been good food for fodder. And, of course, enjoy hearing Big Moose call in. But, Steve, I got a new idea I want to pass your way to all the listeners out there. Back I'm a student of history. And back many years ago, we had this thing called the Civil War.
Yes, sir.
It started back in 1861. And I think maybe we ought to just have a dividing line, just like they did back in the 1860s with the North and the South. Maybe we should have an East and the West, or a North and the South again, and put all the libtards on one side of the country that want to kill babies and have free social health care and free college tuition and government take all your money and distribute your money and your wealth. And then have all the conservatives on the other side. Don't matter to me whether it's north, south, east, or west. I prefer west myself. We want our guns. We want our constitutional rights. We want to obey the Constitution. We want to obey what our forefathers have the idea of adopting the U.S. Constitution. And furthermore, we want to protect the unborn in the mother's womb. And we damn sure don't want the government interfering in our business or telling us what we can and can't do. Steve, I'm thinking that the majority of the drivers out there, the majority of the American people, the ones of us who were called the deplorables, will probably just stand up and say, "Hell yeah, count me in." What do you think about that?
When it comes to the trucking community, the research that we were sharing, leading up to the election last year, I know that there's a lot of veterans out there, and the Second Amendment supporters. Something akin to 72% of truck drivers surveyed were supportive of Donald Trump and plan to vote for Donald Trump. Yeah, most of the trucking community is right there in your category there.
Well, Steve, I'm a veteran myself, and it just pisses me off to no end to think how this country's going down the tubes, and us veterans, how we put our lives on the line for this country, and we have all these pencil neck geeks in office that just want to squander all that we've fought for, all that we've stood for throughout many, many generations. It's just, that's a hard pill to swallow, very
Well, where you at? Are you with me? Yeah, I'm with you, Fly Rod. I'm with you. I'm with Big Ed. Are you playing out in the nasty weather, or where you at tonight?
Oh no. I don't play in that nasty weather. You know what? Yeah, this morning it's a balmy 50 degrees down here in central Georgia. Yesterday it got up to 72. Now I've got kinfolk that live up there in the Buckeye, up there around Columbus, and I know they got all that snow the other day. They sent me pictures, and I felt so bad because my father-in-law was standing outside his vehicle shoveling snow off and trying to move it around with a leaf blower. And I told him, I said, better you than me. But no snow down here.
Okay, well, consider yourself lucky. Because I'm looking at some of the video, drivers trying to make their way through places in Kentucky and whatnot. I saw Doug a couple hours ago, video. I'm not sure what interstate he's on. He's almost to Georgetown, though. But, ice-covered roadways. It's messy out there.
So how much snow did you end up getting there Monday morning?
Right outside the Hot Shot Secret Studio, Monday night into Tuesday morning, I think it was. We picked, I'd say we had about 6 outside the studios. The official Cincinnati airport number was 9.8 inches. In some areas had right at 10 inches of snow. It was a big one.
Yeah, that's a lot of snow to come through there. No doubt about it.
And the thing it caught us all by surprise. Well, I mean, they didn't really have that called in advance.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's all I got this morning. I had other stuff I wanted to say and talk about, but hell, I done forgot it all. The gray hair's kicking in this morning.
Okay. Oh, well, hey, good to hear from you, Fly Rod. Thanks for checking in. There you go. All right. With that, what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. I have one other industry headline from the California Highway Patrol. They sent out a friendly reminder after a crane truck and their unfortunate accident. I guess this was, on Tuesday? Social media post, the Highway Patrol's South Sacramento Division issued a warning to crane truck drivers entering State Route 99. Which says, friendly reminder from the South Sacramento Highway Patrol area, if you're going to drive a crane truck, please make sure to lower the boom before entering State Route 99. Because this driver, and they show pictures, forgot to lower the boom, struck the 12th Street and 5th Street overcrossings on southbound State Route 99. Must have been a hell of an impact. The impact literally tore the crane truck in half, tore it in two. Front half of the truck over here, the back half of the truck over there. Fortunately, the driver was uninjured in that crash, but somebody's in trouble with the boss. That's all I can say. Okay, Ron posting here just a few minutes ago. It doesn't say what state, though. Eastbound 40 closed at the 148-mile marker. Big truck in the median at the 151. Yeah, help out. What state is that? If you got something you'd like to throw our way, give us a ring at 844-844-3388. You can actually send text messages, or you can dial us up and hang on for a moment. Who are we looking at? We're going to get to... hang on a minute, Philip, because I had something I wanted to throw your way, because this is right up your alley. Due to the COVID lockdowns that continue in California, the Walt Disney Company is reportedly considering a relocation of some of their headquarter operations to the Orlando area. According to the Fox News Business Report yesterday, Disney, the latest in an increasing number of companies thinking about moving some or even all of their operations out of California. Because old Newsom keeps everything shut down due to the pandemic. Now, of course, both Orlando and the California theme parks were all shut down last spring at the start of the COVID. But Walt Disney World in Florida successfully reopened months ago. Not California, no Disneyland. They will not allow them to reopen. Disney was also able to safely reopen their parks in Shanghai, Tokyo, Hong Kong. Disney CEO says, quote, "We're extremely disappointed that the state of California continues to keep Disneyland closed despite our proven track record." Earnings call with investors. Our health and safety protocols are all science-based and have the support of labor unions representing 99% of our hourly cast members. Now, the Orlando Business Journal also added some specifics to the negotiations by reporting that talks are indeed underway to relocate some of the office divisions to Lake Nona, kind of a master planned community in Orlando. Disney officials, their statement in response to those reports was kind of vague. They said that as the largest employer in Central Florida, we're always exploring opportunities for additional locations within the vicinity of our theme park, but there's nothing yet in concrete. Fox Business pointed out that even if Disney wants to relocate, there are some logistical problems. One of the most glaring is that the vast majority of Disney's studio production, their operations mostly are in Burbank because they've got the ease of access to the Hollywood filmmaking community. But I found that rather interesting. Have you heard about the talks there in old Orlando, Philip?
No, I haven't heard anything about that at work or anything, but you know what, Steve? It wouldn't surprise me. We're the only theme park that's generating a lot of revenue, so it wouldn't surprise me if corporate moved part of their folks over here to us. They can do it if they want to, and Lake Nona is a very nice place. They have the Veterans Administration Hospital there. They also have the Nemours Children's Hospital there, and it's on the east side of Orlando, so it doesn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. The company's going to do what they got to do if they got to save money and if they got to get those guys closer out here instead of flying them back and forth and doing different things like that. I could see that happening, but I have heard nothing of it.
Okay.
Where you said that was Fox News that had that?
Fox Business News, yes. Fox Business.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. I'll have to look that up when I actually get to work. But no, I haven't heard anything about corporate moving out here. But they are right. I mean, we're having to go through CDC and Orange County guidelines for all our stuff, and we're still bringing people into the park. I mean, I think we're at 35% from what I understand, and that's the numbers from Orange County that are public that I know of. But yeah, I mean, it can happen. It wouldn't surprise me. All our offices, most of the corporate offices in Burbank, in California. And as far as the studios go, they can move that back out here. We still have partial studios at Hollywood Studios at the theme park. We still have studio facilities there still that we could open up if they had to do that. But I'm not saying they're doing it. I don't know what they're doing as far as, their decisions. I mean, I'm pretty sure if they got a hold of it, something might come to fruition, because usually when it goes public about something like that, you might see some activity. I don't know. I've been down there almost 11 years, and when you see things happen, they're happening. If you don't see them happen and you hear it on the news, it's speculation. That's pretty much how it works down there.
Well, I mean, obviously being shut down as long as they have there in California, because, I mean, hell, they're probably getting close to a year now. The loss of revenue's got to be killing them. And what about all the employees? I guess they're all just like relying on unemployment to get by right now, or?
As far as I know, they still have a core of cast. They're working to keep the facility going.
Okay.
Because they still have to maintain it. They have the other cast members, as far as I know, they're furloughed. That's all I know.
are laid off, so to speak. But that facility, it's not as big as ours, but even when we came back from our furloughs, you know, even with them keeping our facility up as much as it was, it still took us a while to get everything going back right to the way it needed to go. But we also had to go through specialized training for 2 weeks with COVID before we actually had one guest step in the park. So that's another thing. I mean, we had to go through a lot of training before we could actually get a person walk in the park. I mean, we had to, you know, we had new protocols about cleaning, new protocols about everything. I mean, it was a long process. I came back at the end of June, and our first guests were on the 14th of July. So, you know, it was at almost 3 weeks of training to get everything ready for everybody to come back in.
Well, and obviously
so
people are still you know, making the trek down there because, I mean, obviously with reduced capacity, but they wouldn't still be open if nobody was coming. So you've got business, right?
Oh, absolutely. We got business. I talked to some folks the other day from Canada. They live up by Toronto. And I guess Trudeau has put a ban on coming over.
Yeah.
And instituted it. It's like a fly ban. It isn't about coming. You could walk across the border and walk back. But if you're going to fly down to, like, say, the Caribbean, or you're going to fly down to Orlando on an airplane, it's a different situation. And I had talked to some folks last week that had flown down after that. Well, they flew down before that ban, and they were kind of not stuck down here. They were going to get back across. They were going to rent a car and go up to Buffalo and go across up that way. But that's kind of crazy on Trudeau and what he had made that decision. I mean, some of the countries are making decisions like that are limiting people to come to us. But we still get people. We've got people from California. I've seen people there from Michigan. I've seen people from all over the United States. It's just we're not seeing the big numbers like we used to see. You know, I was kind of surprised the other day. We actually had a tour group, and I'm still trying to figure this one out. We had a tour group, and they came in legally from Mexico of about 100 people.
Really?
And we haven't seen tour groups. Well, since I've been back, we haven't seen one tour group. And that was the first one that I've seen. And I was really surprised it came from Mexico. And I was talking to the gentleman who was leading them. He said, yeah, we set up everything and came in legally. I mean, they quarantined after they got here for so many days. And then they were allowed to go out into the parks and whatnot.
Wow.
They went to our park and Universal. And I think they went to SeaWorld as well, because they were going to be here for about 3 weeks. So, I mean, it's there. People are doing it. I mean, everybody's wearing their mask. Everybody's separating. We have lines on the ground that you have to follow as far as distancing goes. In our trains, we have barriers to where people sit behind a barrier. So there's just social distance. And we do mandate the masks. If you don't wear your mask, you're out. And if you're going to eat or drink, you got to sit still or sit down. So that's pretty much it.
And they're still not tracking a whole bunch of cases like initially when they allowed them to reopen. I mean, there was a lot of flag, you know, Florida, you're going to become the super spreader state for the whole country. And people are going to come down there and bring it back to their home states. They're not attributing COVID-19 to Orlando.
You know, we thought that they were going to shut us down because of the spreading and stuff, but they didn't do it, Steve. Hello?
Yeah. So you had something else you wanted to get to. I kind of interrupted you, so not to change the subject, but what else did you have for us?
I was going to comment about the impeachment stuff yesterday.
Okay.
I watched a little bit of it last night right before I went to bed, and I saw the very end of it when they were talking about the statements that were made about Senator Lee making the phone call with President Trump. Did you hear about that?
Oh, no. Was that wasn't the state of Georgia, was it?
I think it was Senator Lee, and I'm not sure his full name, but he was from Utah.
Okay.
And he had made a phone call to President Trump had called his phone during when they were going into the Capitol, and they were Trump was trying to get them to stop, the proceedings with the electoral ballots and whatnot. He was trying to, but they couldn't get it through, whatever. But the Democrats on the floor, a lot of their statements were based around this phone call. And you'll have to do more research on it. I only saw about maybe 5 minutes toward the end of it.
Okay.
And they were all disrupted because this senator said, I want all that information stricken from this impeachment trial. So he wanted all of it yanked out to where they couldn't use it for evidence. And I thought to myself, that's over with. If this guy's taking their information because of legality, he was doing it because of legality reasons too. So, I mean, it's just crazy what they're doing up there with this impeachment thing. It's 34 hours of this trial. The breakdown of it as far as hours go, 34 hours of time that we're going to have to deal with this trial. That is a total waste of our money, man.
Absolute waste of time.
And that's just
Yep.
that's my comments about it. If you could look into that and see a little bit, it was toward the end of it, and it was had to do with Senator Lee's telephone call with President Trump. So
Okay.
I'll let you go, bud. I appreciate your time, man.
As usual, yeah, I'll check into that. So, yeah, Senator Lee talking with Donald Trump. All right, I will dig a bit more into that. And coming up, we'll get back with your calls. We'll do a quick do a phone reset. And when we come back in just a few moments, our number, of course, will be 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, got a phone reset complete. Set to roll till we wrap things up here on a Thursday. There you go. It's 844-844-3388. I got an email from old Big Ed. Are you with me? This past day. He attached a photograph. Here's the evidence, he says. Steve, this photo was taken this morning at the Petro in Richmond, Indiana. I open my privacy curtain, and what do I see but a big old sack of trash right out in the middle of the parking lot. And he got the full picture in the screen. This bag of trash, it's not even 100 feet from a trash can. This is why you can't find free parking. So my nomination for the Dumbass of the Week award is the American truck driver, or maybe this specific driver. You know, we all get the blame for this stuff. Yes, sir. It takes a dumbass to do a trick like this from Big Ed. And it's not like a McDonald's bag or a fast food bag. It's actually like a 13-gallon trash bag, kitchen trash bag, and it's stuffed with trash, but right out in the middle of the damn parking lot. And off to the right-hand side, like I said, not even 100 feet away, there is a trash can. That's where the trash is supposed to go, not in the middle of the parking lot. All right, back real quick to the switching parties scenario. As I said, there's Democrats that feel the same way, not liking the direction the Democrat Party's going. I mean, people switch party affiliations. It's nothing new. It's been going on forever. I mean, they say you look back historically. Yeah, the Republican Party today were the Democrats way back when, and vice versa. The Democrat Party of today would have been more like today's Republican Party, umpteen years ago. Now, Deranger chimed in on Republicans exiting the party en masse. He said, this just sounds like another game being played to make something look like it's not. All right. Well, on the lines of the Democrats. I actually had this story printed up. I had forgot I even had this. It's a former CIA officer who briefly worked in Senator Robert Menendez's office as a legislative assistant, who this past day said he's leaving the Democrat Party because, quote, party leadership and political base is utterly and unapologetically committed to bigotry and violence. Brian Dean Wright, who worked for the CIA for 2 years as an operations and targeting officer and a private intelligence consultant, according to his LinkedIn profile, has been a freelance political strategist for the past 5 years. Now, as someone who has appeared on Fox News and other outlets, he wrote in the Daily Caller that, quote, it is the left that is overwhelmingly responsible for the political violence and destruction that's hammering our nation right now. He countered the suggestion that the Republican Party is the one that's bred and encouraged white nationalist violence and pointed the finger to the Democrats. For years, Democrats like me have watched with increasing alarm as our own political leaders and activists, from Nancy Pelosi to media outlets like MSNBC, have used an endless stream of hateful, violent, un-American rhetoric, which has resulted in billions of dollars in economic damage. It has given birth to a violent national movement. He then pointed to none other than Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota and her 2 highly publicized Twitter posts, branded by many as anti-Semitic, Democratic-led House of Representatives revolution that broadly condemned hatred and violence. But, of course, they made no mention specifically of Omar. He also noted her calling the Minneapolis Police Department a cancer that has to be amputated, which drew parallels to violent incidents in several cities against the police. He then went on to Vice President Kamala Harris and fellow failed Democrat nominee Pete Buttigieg, who blamed Democratic voters for racist, anti-gay bigotry for their lack of success in last year's primary campaign. In short, Democrats can blast others for bigotry, but unquestionably, it's they who are peddling deeply, strategically in that stuff. He exoriated AOC, Maxine Waters, Chuck Schumer, Andrew Cuomo for their statements during the Trump presidency, and decried the violent riots that Wright said that they actually encouraged through the summer of 2020. You take it together, the bigotry of the Democratic base, the violence encouraged by the Democrat leaders, and actual physical harm perpetrated by hysterical followers, one can't help but escape from the obvious conclusion. The Democrat Party has become irredeemable. Lastly, for Democrats like me, he said, we have no choice. We have to leave. Okay. So I guess you take that narrative, and then you've got to get the New York Times to post something the complete opposite. And that's what the media runs with, the opposite story. So now you know. All right, as Kentucky's winter storm was beginning to wind up Wednesday, power outages across Louisville, from the Louisville Courier-Journal. Now, this is going back about 5 hours ago when they posted this, 5,000 already in the dark in the East End, 4,557 customers without power in the Fisherville area from 9:15 to about 10:30. 800 some odd customers without power near Middletown, 600 in Portland. Lots of outages around Louisville. Several school districts announcing that they're closed today because of the icy conditions. Jefferson County District closed. And the National Weather Service said the combination of the freezing rain, the sleet, the snow, in general, areas seeing wintry precip now should see it continue well into the evening hours, they were saying at that point in time, where they're anticipating It's only going to be a couple tenths of an inch of ice for the Louisville area. You get further east and south, further into Kentucky. I can't imagine what the power outage numbers are going to be when the sun comes up later this morning. And, of course, this is going to continue through much of the day on Thursday before winding down on Thursday evening. Trying to pull up they've actually got the Power Outage US website. Let me punch over. In the state of Kentucky, according to, I just pulled it up here, 48,026 out of power in Kentucky, 24,973 out of power in West Virginia as our ice storm 2021 rolls through. So that was updated here about 20 minutes ago from poweroutage.us. Those numbers probably going to ultimately be a lot higher when all is said and done. Let's get back to our callers this morning, and Mike checking in from North Carolina. What's happening this morning, Mike?
Good morning to you, Steve. Hope you're doing well. I wanted to reach out to you. I know that in the past, you mentioned folks sending you news articles and I guess, things that you use to reference on the show. I know that you used to look at, I did too, Drudge Report.
Oh, yeah.
I guess you've heard of that, right, Steve?
Oh, that was one of, for many, many years, that was definitely, I still pull up Drudge every night. And I don't know if you're headed down.
It's kind of a.
I've noticed a big change in Drudge. He used to be very, very conservative in his leanings, and he's almost become like one of those Trump haters in recent years.
Yes, and it's gone really bad. So I stopped reading Drudge, I don't know, back toward the end of the election cycle, maybe September, October. I just had to give up because it got so bad, Steve. I didn't want to read it. But I did find a website. There's a new site, kind of like Drudge, Steve, that you may want to check out.
Okay.
Called Citizens Free Press. And it even has the same kind of look. You know what I'm saying? Like how Drudge is kind of plain, has that same look and feel. Mm-hmm. But there are good articles on there and good information. And I just thought you might want to check it, especially if you're looking for things, for the show or whatever. So
I think someone else might have sent me a link to that here a few weeks ago. Because when you pull the site up, it looks very reminiscent, more of the black and white background like Drudge had, with the link to a lot of different stories, right?
Yeah, and the thing is that the guy that owns that, Kane, I guess the guy that started it, because I kind of wanted to look into what was going on with it. I guess he helped Drudge start Drudge years ago, and was actually a producer on the Lou Dobbs show back in the day, and that's who runs that website now. So anyway, I thought it might be good just to have another source for yourself, because like I said, Drudge has really changed over the past year, and I just can't read it much anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, technically speaking,
so bad.
What Drudge, he doesn't really create news. He takes all the different sources and just it's a link to everything else. But he has really gone to linking up a lot of the negative, left-leaning reports from the New York Times, the Washington Post, and it's just almost like a clearinghouse for the left-leaning media, which he never used to be that way.
Yes. No, and it's funny because this site, I read, this has been maybe a few months ago, Steve, I'd read something about traffic was down like 60% or something, 70% for Drudge. So, people aren't just going to go there and read that every day. It's depressing. But you might want to try that CFP. That's kind of an interesting Citizens Free Press. But the other thing I wanted to mention was I guess it's the theater. You hear that, the political theater. But this impeachment, it's a farce. It's a waste of time.
Yes.
And I guess my only concern is if you know, Steve, you have to have, 67, 68 votes to impeach, and you don't have those votes, why are you doing it? Why are you wasting the time, the energy, you know what I'm saying, and the other than just trying to trash someone's name and have a political theater? And so I refuse to watch it. I mean, I've read a little bit about it, but I feel like if you watch this impeachment trial sham, you're supporting it and you're, feeding into it. And I just don't want to see it or hear about it because it's a farce. You know what I'm saying, Steve? It's just a farce.
It's all a waste of time. It's all going to be a moot point. It's just, I think some of those, like the legal eagles, the analysts out there say what it really boils down to is the same as we've dealt with under 4 years of Donald Trump as president. Their absolute hatred of the man, right, that they cannot bring themselves to just let it go. They have to continue to do whatever they can to try to ruin the man. I mean, the ultimate goal, as everyone knows now, is just to make sure that he cannot serve in office ever again. They're scared to death that he's going to try to run again in 24.
Oh, I know, and I heard tonight. Been listening to you. You're doing great on the show. Glad to hear you're getting new callers. That's fantastic, and I hope people will tell a friend or email someone that they know that maybe is a late night person or an early morning person to listen, because I really want to make sure the show grows and does well. But I heard folks talk about this third party or Trump party or whatever they're going to call it.
Right.
And, I'm not, I think it would be interesting, but I don't know if it's going to, result in something that's positive. I think to make things work, we've been a two-party system for so long. I think there's been a try. You remember back in the day, remember Ross Perot?
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
I
guess you probably remember those times.
Sure, that's he fractured.
That's kind of the only person I think of when I think of a real third party, because he really kind of, he was about the only guy that had a kind of a chance, if you remember.
Yep.
From a presidential perspective, I guess you might say. And, I just think it's going to be a big mess if they try to do that. I think Trump can use his influence within the Republican Party to, put forth certain candidates and do things. But I think trying to start up a third party, it's going to be tough, because there's one thing I've learned in my many years on this earth, and I'll end with this. The Democrats always stick together. It's one thing the Republicans can't seem to do. The Democrats will stand together, thick or thin. It doesn't really matter. And I think that's what's going to happen if this Trump thing came up. They're going to bound together, and he's splitting. Even if he split 70-30, the Republican Party,
right,
the new Trump Party can't win. So that's what I see.
That's kind of the way I was leaning as well. I think we're all on the same lines there. Yeah, I guess cue ball was the one that was, kind of alluding to the fact that, well, so be it if that were to happen, and because essentially if the new Trump party, or whatever you want to call it, were to become the number two party, the Republican Party becomes the third party, and eventually it's the total demise of the so-called Republican Party, which, maybe at which point you could actually, as Trump had wanted to do, drain the swamp. You could get rid of all the rhinos, because the new Trump Party would never accept and vote for any individual from the current rhino category that tries to come over and say, well, we're going to make the switch. We're going to come over to the number two party. I'm not going to be a Republican anymore. I'm going to be a Freedom Party. See, but we've already seen what you did as an elected Republican, failing to represent the constituents, the conservatives that actually put you in office. And I think Liz Cheney in Wyoming is going to be one of the prime examples of what's going to happen there. She's not going to step aside. She sure as hell ain't going to get reelected from the people in Wyoming. It's not going to happen. With that, top of the hour, we'll come back. Final hour just ahead, and we got plenty of room for you. It is 844-844-3388. So you've been wearing those super-duper N95 masks, right? The ones that are actually supposed to be about as good as you can get. Maybe you actually haven't. The government is investigating a massive counterfeit N95 mask scam. And if you want to guess where they're coming from, well, sure. What do you think? Where does all the other knockoff products, the trash that we buy, what you think are actually authentic, sports apparel, MLB, NFL, you take it, it's all this knockoff stuff that comes out of China. And this is, I guess, to the tune of millions of such masks that have been being worn by doctors and nurses in hospital settings, unbeknownst to them. Come to find out that what was supposed to be protecting you and the patients that you were caring for was a bunch of garbage. So we'll give you the more on that story. Lots to cover in our final hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, final hour here. Here we go. Of course, it took us a few weeks to get that 1,000 subscriber mark on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page. Thank you to all who made the effort to get us there. The numbers do continue to grow, but don't forget, click on subscribe, like us on Facebook, and share. And that's the way we continue to grow. And I like hearing from those callers, like the gentleman who said, Captain Ron turned me on to you. Or I watched Cue Ball's YouTube channel, found out about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and great to have you all with us. So, all right, what about, the big face mask scandal? What's going on? Federal authorities, they tell us, investigating a massive counterfeit N95 mask operation in which fake 3M masks have been sold in at least 5 states to hospitals, medical facilities, and even government agencies. The foreign-made knockoffs are becoming increasingly difficult to spot, putting healthcare workers at grave risk for COVID. These masks are giving first responders a false sense of security, according to the Assistant Director for Global Trade Investigations with the Homeland Security Department. They're the investigating arm. He said, we've seen a lot of fraud and other illegal activity. They could not name the states or the company involved because it's an active investigation, apparently. But here we are nearly a year into the pandemic. Fraud, a major problem. Scammers looking to exploit hospitals, desperate and weary Americans. Federal investigators said they've seen an increase in phony websites purporting to sell vaccines, as well as fake medicine being produced overseas, scams involving personal protective equipment. Those schemes all delivering phony products. Unlike fraud early in the pandemic that focused more on just trying to fleece the customer, 3M, based in Maplewood, Minnesota, of course, is among the biggest global producers of the N95 mask. Approved by the National Institute of Health, considered to be the gold standard to protect against COVID. That company delivered some 2 billion with a B N95 mask last year as the pandemic soared. But in earlier months of the pandemic, when masks were short in supply, the fraudsters started popping up. These are not coming from authorized distributors, according to 3M's vice president. They're coming from companies, really, that are just coming into existence. We encourage medical facilities, even workers, to look on the company's website for tips on how to spot the fakes. primarily through packaging or faulty trademarks. These things are not tested to see if they make the N95 standards. They have no interest in even testing them. All they're wanting to do is make money. They want to make as many of them as they can. They make them as cheaply as possible. This far into the pandemic, Homeland Security investigators have used their 7,000 agents in tandem with border officials, the FBI, Food and Drug Administration, the FBI, as they continue to investigate one scam after another, seizing phony products, arresting hundreds of people to try and stop fraud. There's already been more than 1,200 raids by law enforcement, resulting in the seizure of 10 million counterfeit 3M masks alone. More than a dozen lawsuits over reports of fraud, counterfeiting, or price gouging that's going on. There are many other reports of fraudulent masks that have reached the frontline workers out there. In the latest warning, Homeland Security sent an email warning of potential fraud to certain states, viewed by the Associated Press, which says 3M N95 mask models 1860 and 1860S have been provided by a company called Q2 Solutions. They may be fraudulent. The masks have a seal that says Peru, which is not used outside of Latin America. It's the company's based in Miami. They've got offices around the U.S. and around the globe. Officials in Washington state examined their mask supply, which had come from a different company. They discovered about 300,000 masks that they had purchased for about $1.4 million worth, the counterfeit kind. So there's big money to be made manufacturing these cheap-ass counterfeit masks. The scammers are out there. All right, let's get back to the calls here. And is it the Kentucky curmudgeon? Is that the one?
That is correct, Steve. Hello, Steve Sommers.
Hello, curmudgeon once again. What? Define a curmudgeon, will you?
A crusty old man, probably above the age of 60, okay. I would assume.
The old curmudgeon.
A man with 9 grandchildren and been married to the same woman for 42 years.
Okay.
I just wanted to call in again. I called in a couple of weeks ago, and I just wanted to say, doing a fantastic job. And a couple of days ago, I was dragging around YouTube and found a bunch of videos of your dad from back in the early 80s, and it brought back a lot of memories because I've listened to this and your dad's show for a bunch of years. And when I graduated high school, one of the things I thought I might want to do eventually is become a broadcaster, a DJ or personality on the radio or whatever. And just watching those videos from the 80s that were produced back in the day, and it just brought back a lot of memories.
There was a different cast of characters back in that day, weren't there? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. One of the things that I've noticed, my wife and I both have watched you now for about the last week. Every night we queue it up on YouTube and watch the show, and we noticed the delay. And one of the things I told her the other day, I said, well, Steve probably should create a protocol. When the caller is done, they should say over, and Steve should say over, over.
Over. With a little pause in there, so you're going to come back and say, well, some of these guys would go on and never give me a chance to say 2 words. It's hard to it's hard to interject with them right now.
That is correct. But I'm assuming the delay is about a 1.5 second or something close to that. It seems like that.
Yep.
That seems to be the margin of error.
That's my guess. Right in there. That sounds about right. Yep.
Yeah, and oddly, it would be ironic that back a long time ago, you used to have a license to have a CD, much like currently you have to have a license to have a ham radio license. And one of the things that was prevalent back in the day was when you got done saying what you were going to say, you would say over.
I remember those days. I do. Over.
So I don't know if that's something you might want to look at. Because I listen to your show even on YouTube the day after or whatever, and there is a lot of times when there's a bit of confusion and you're trying to say something to answer the caller, and the caller's just rambling on, and maybe, I don't know, just to shoot it up there to say, hey, maybe we want to create like a safe term or whatever, but just say over and I'm done and over.
I think a lot of times when you're on a cell phone, you notice, even if you don't have the delay, when you're talking and the other person's trying to speak, the caller on the other side, when they're talking, they can't hear you, or vice versa. I think a lot of times when they're talking on their cell phones, they can't even hear me until I find a place where there's a little bit of a pause in their talk.
That's correct. And, back in the day when cell phones were originally invented, we had analog cell service, and now it's digital, which is fine because we can have more people on the same pipe because we're compressing the data and that sort of thing. But it does create that situation where you have glitches, or you have drop words or that sort of thing. And in this scenario, especially where you're going across YouTube, Facebook, whatever outlet you're using, there's an inherent amount of delay. Gamers come across this all the time with like uplinks through, if they have a satellite network connection or whatever. There's latency in that signal, so they're not always, as well as they should be as far as that goes. And in this scenario, like again, I say, if you and I are having a conversation and we know that there's going to be an inherent delay, we need to keep that in mind while we're having that conversation, and just, at the end of what we had to say over.
That's an idea. That might just work. Curmudgeon, a crusty old curmudgeon with a good idea.
Well, thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Like I said, I've listened to you and your dad for many years, and watching some of the videos. I saw some of the videos of 2012 of Seg Dennison and Bill Cunningham and various other personalities from 700 standing up and eulogizing your dad. Yep. And it almost brought a tear. Over.
Thank you so much, old curmudgeon. You have a great morning. Thank you for chiming in there. I guess on the listener side, it would probably get real old to hear over. Over. Dennis Prager, probably a name you may be familiar with. I've shared a number of his videos. Smart cookie, smart guy. The Prager Institute, conservative. He's the one that has penned the piece about, in association with the COVID and the pandemic. He said, I first out of the box, I say, if it weren't for doctors, I would be paralyzed or dead. I owe my mobility and probably my life to wonderful physicians. I will also state with equal certitude that the American medical profession as a whole and many individual doctors are responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans. Very possibly more than that. Along with the media, from the New York Times to Google, Facebook, Twitter, Americans have been denied both life-saving information and life-saving drugs. He's going back to the old, specifically referring to hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. These drugs, along with zinc, which are as safe as any medicines humanity's taken in the last half-century, should have been almost universally used to treat COVID patients as soon as those patients showed symptoms or tested positive. even as a prophylactic to prevent or minimize the effects of the illness in the first place. If they had been, it is likely tens, maybe hundreds of thousands who've died would not have died. For the record, I put my medicines where my mouth is, you said. I've been taking hydroxychloroquine and zinc, as well as vitamin D and selenium on a regular basis for half a year now. Ivermectin for the past 3 months. More for the record, during this time, I've hugged hundreds of strangers at various events around the country, maskless. In addition, at home, I live with 4 people, wife, 2 stepsons, and the fiance of one of those sons. That couple, both in their mid-20s, developed symptoms, then tested positive a month ago. They were the only 2 members of the family not to be on hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. And while they were ill, my wife and I practiced social distancing. We wore no masks in the house and tested negative twice. But as responsible citizens, we did indeed quarantine at home for 14 days. The son and his fiancée immediately began a course of treatment of hydroxychloroquine, zinc, ivermectin, vitamin D, and selenium. Within half a day, they were feeling better. A few days later, all symptoms had vanished. Of course, the medical establishment, the media, and others that are committed to irrationality, fear, making fortunes from pharmaceutical companies are keeping the American people from a normal life. Now, we dismiss all this as just anecdotes, but I would ask, how many anecdotes about the effectiveness of these drugs does it take to persuade people? I would ask a more damning question. Given how safe hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin are, what could we have possibly lost by allowing millions of people to take these medications? Or to put it another way, if doctors who advocate for the use of these safe drugs are wrong, what price would we have paid? Essentially none. But what if Dr. Fauci, in the social media, the New York Times, CNN, the Centers for Disease Control, the National Institutes of Health, and the poor souls who trust them are wrong? The price we've paid is tens of thousands of dead Americans and quite possibly more than that. Yeah, we paid another horrific price for listening to the medical establishment, the colluding media, Democrat governors, and others on the left. We've killed much of our economy. We've robbed tens of millions of Americans of their livelihoods, quite possibly put the dollar on the road to near worthlessness. Perhaps ensured future inflation that will further destroy the well-being of the American people and send innumerable Americans spiraling into depression, drug and alcohol use, spousal, child abuse, even suicide. He goes back. My example, the National Institute of Health, their dishonesty borders on malpractice. November 9 of 2020, they issued a report entitled, "Hydroxychloroquine does not benefit adults hospitalized with COVID-19." Well, this was dishonest for 2 reasons. First, zinc wasn't used. While hydroxychloroquine alone can help fight COVID, every physician who prescribes it insists it be accompanied by zinc. Hydroxychloroquine without zinc is like a gun without a bullet. Secondly, everyone who advocates the use of hydroxychloroquine and zinc to fight COVID insists it needs to be given as soon as possible. In other words, before the patient ends up in the hospital. Once they're in the hospital, it's too late. So the National Institutes of Health was useless. Why those conducted it did not give patients zinc and waited until they were hospitalized are such obvious questions that either those doctors were ignorant of the protocols or they set the test up so it would fail. And either example would constitute a moral and medical scandal. because it's extremely important to note. The report concluded, ultimately, hydroxychloroquine was found not to cause harm. Okay. Goes in more on the Centers for Disease Control. What is the backstory? We go back in time and, true or false? I don't think I ever got the honest answer. Dr. Fauci supposedly had investments in some of these big pharmaceuticals, things that rather than costing like $2 a pill would be $200 a pill. And sure, you want to promote what's going to make all that money, and there's a lot of conspiracy theories about that. But yeah, I mean, for all those who say hydroxychloroquine has saved their life, in their words. And I don't know, how many times have we heard within a couple of days, within a day, I was feeling better. Within a matter of 3 or 4 days, I didn't have any symptoms anymore. All right. Hello there, Knucklebuster.
Yeah, Knucklebuster Jr. This is Buster.
Just
down
Buster.
here in Knoxville,
Just
Tennessee.
Buster. Okay, I'm sorry. What's going on, Buster?
No, that's a compliment. But on my handle when I would use a CB on vacation, because I'm a package car driver, I would call myself Buster Brown. But on the old days, I would my handle was Woodpecker or Iceman, because I love eating soft ice instead of smoking cigarettes or trying not to chew my fingernails, because of type A personality, Steve. But what you just spoke about is what I was told about in April 3rd, from a little granny on one of my apartment complexes I delivered to. And because, I'm very healthy at age 64 and still kicking butt at the office, and never complain about anything. I just love working. But she was talking about how you increase the acid in your body, the vinegar. Bragg's organic. It has two extra microisms in it. Over.
I've heard that. Yes, I've heard that. I know people that take that. My wife for a time tried the apple cider vinegar, right? The Bragg's apple cider vinegar with the mother. You got to have the mother. And I know Doc Holliday, I think he's been taking that for a long time. And I know people that swear by it, the health benefits.
Steve, I found out about this from her, and she also talked about the foods. The foods are cabbage, mushrooms, tomatoes, celery, watermelon, and I think orange juice. But also zinc, and of course we all know about vitamin D. And I wear shorts every day at the office if it's over 40 degrees. You gotta have a standard when to wear shorts or not. But of course I'm in a package car, so my shell gets warm 10 degrees every day. Whatever the temperature is, it's warmer. Except on these cold, wintry days. Over.
Yeah, at least you got like AC in them now, don't you? Do you or not?
Oh my God! Don't go there with me. See, no, we still don't have AC. Thank God. We've had about 5 drivers pass away in the last 5 years in North Carolina and Arizona. And see, these are the drivers who are coming up now who are not knowledgeable enough. And Buster Brown Institute teaches us about hydration and all. And then I always try to park my package car with just a little bit of shade. Wherever I can find a tree, I'll park it over my cab, just where I got my steering wheel on my seat. Just it's psychological. And I tell Buster Brown, I said, I'm going to walk another 20 yards with my package. You know what? We got GPS and everything we do. And I get allowances for walking 20 foot. I've seen the graphics at the office where they can tell you how many footsteps you have to walk from your package car to the delivery point. And I don't scan nothing until I get there. I mean, you've got to embrace logistics, but just like wellness, you've got to embrace all this. And I had this virus January 10th of last year. I had 2 Chinese boys move in on my route, about 27. They kept ordering all this electronic stuff. And then we had a policy of we get them to sign for their packages at non-gated communities. That's our standard since 1907. And I got the virus. And I called my wife. I said, I've got a fever and I got chills. Give me some Microsoft Plus, non-driving. Give me some zinc. fix me some chicken noodle soup, get me in my toboggan, get me my thermals, get me another blanket, and I'm going to go in the guest room and go straight to bed, sweat the thing out. And the next morning, all I had was a dry cough, and I was weak, and I went to work, But it's just a virus like I've got over the 35 years, more so. But the thing is, Steve, that it's just a virus that has a spread possibility a lot easier. But get this, Steve, those boys from China back in March and April, or April, May, they got 2 different shipments of face masks from China. Over.
Okay. You think they were the real deal, or are they the knockoffs? The knockoff kind?
No, I think it's their country's face mask that they think is better than our face mask. I mean, these kids, I'm just telling you, I think there's something fishy about. I really don't think the fish market as much as they released the virus from that facility near the meat market. I just think this is more conspiracy of their biological stuff than it's just a fluke thing that the fake media. But it's just about education, Steve. But I'm gonna I'll say over because I'm gonna change the subject on you, Steve.
Okay.
Now tonight or in the morning, you're gonna have the owner who got you this position with this new setup, correct?
Chris Gabrelchik, that is correct. Yes.
Over. Mm-hmm. So I will have a list. I'd like to talk to him about like XM Radio, weekend host. I mean, stuff like that's who I can bend his ear to. Along, I could probably send emails, which I don't really do, but I could do text messages. But I've been an advocate for you guys, and I want to come up with a flyer to post in the guard shack as we all come into the office, so my 18-wheeler feeder drivers can see. And I tell my other drivers who moved up to feeders about listening to you now on this. And like you said, the first winner of your weekend prize was a boy out of Kentucky. So I was tickled to death about that. Over.
That's correct. Yeah. It was a go. What was his name? Go something. Yeah.
Well, also, I was thinking when you have a boy down in Orlando, Philip, and I'd love to have you've always. I think you brought Philip to the show because you would always talk about space shots. So I appreciate that, and I would also, if there's like festivals during the summer season, maybe you could throw those in as well. I know you do a great job with shooting stars and stuff like that, but it'd be neat if we can find out during the summer season that if there's going to be a fly show like the one in Wisconsin we know about, but if there's other places where you can watch like the Bluebird, the Thunders doing the show, because things should get back to normal this summer. Over.
I hope we get to have our Dayton International Air Show again this year. We had to miss it in 2020. I don't know if a lot of these things have already been called for 2021, but yeah, the air shows. Yep, I tried to touch on that kind of stuff, and those are the kind of things people also send me information about. And if they might have a little truck show in a town, and just send me the information, and I'll try to pass it on to the folks that might want to be passing through, may want to stop off and check it out. All right, with that, it is 844-3388. Headline story from Entrepreneur magazine. Truckers, the unsung heroes of the pandemic. Truckers keep on trucking. COVID be damned. That's an opinion piece from Entrepreneur. Yeah, share a little bit more on that. It's a story from this past day, as a matter of fact. The unsung heroes. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right. Back at it, final segment here on a Thursday. Rick says, ATW. Almost the weekend. Yeah, you're right, Rick. Be safe out there. Victor says, is that a Roadcaster Pro? That would be correct. Yeah, nice little board they set me up with. I like how about the whole gig? Got a bunch more decor that we'll be adding. All right, let me flip back over to from Entrepreneur Magazine. Yeah, not a trucking-related publication by any means, but the writer says one category of small business that I'm fortunate to work with is trucking, as most are small businesses working as contractors and subcontractors for larger freight and logistics companies. I've worked with them for 10-plus years. Before the onset of the pandemic, I've helped them through several boom and bust cycles. Indeed, they are the unsung heroes of COVID-19. When airlines cancel flights, truckers keep driving. Through this cycle of lockdowns and reopenings, the public should consider drivers essential workers and frontline responders, delivering medical supplies and equipment to hospitals, ensuring the retail shelves are still stocked with food and all of our essentials. Now, nearly 1 year into this pandemic, I've observed the resiliency of this industry, in addition to some changes, some that might linger for years to come. Number one, he says, healthcare is still a priority. The ability to expedite the movement of crucial supplies and equipment for the medical community, especially in high concentrated areas of COVID cases, it's still going to be a priority. Trucking companies with experience and existing contracts and with medical suppliers will undoubtedly succeed. Let's not forget how the vaccine gets distributed. Pfizer understands the need to consider the logistics and intends to use strategic transportation partners to ship the vaccine to the dosing centers. Moderna, they'll need to be distributed strategically and at scale. And again, these carriers with experience in moving critical supplies will all receive priorities. Number two, e-commerce is not enough. While the pandemic has undoubtedly accelerated online shopping, Amazon sales were $96 billion for the third quarter of 2020, a 37% year-over-year increase. It will be a fallacy to assume that all participants in the freight and logistics industry benefited from that. A matter of fact, with an expected boom in home delivery, Amazon flooded the market with thousands more drivers in the form of either delivery service partners or Amazon Flex drivers. While Amazon Flex drivers tend to be individuals simply looking to make some extra money delivering packages, DSPs has given some real competition to experienced trucking companies. We now have a heavier reliance on what we call apps, shipper-driver matching apps, Uber Freight, Convoy, Load Shop. They've been around for several years. However, with the need to pick up extra routes or loads and shippers' office employees working from home, the reliance on sources work via these introduction apps has proved crucial for the survival of trucking companies, no matter what the size. Then we're going to see, lastly, further consolidation in the industry, while companies serving healthcare and essential retailers might consider 2020 their best year. Others may have had the opposite experience. Some companies might have been able to pivot and find customers not affected by the pandemic. Others, not so much. We saw how many? 3,000 and some. We had that story last evening. 3,000 plus companies, trucking operations that went belly up in the year 2020. Whether it's via the apps or more communication between entities, another change in this new normal will be deeper relationships among shippers, carriers, and third-party logistics providers. All right, when you finally do receive the vaccine, whenever that might be in the future, just remember a truck driver helped to make that happen. Well, there you go. Something positive, pat on the back for the trucking community out there. What do you say, Chevy Guy?
Yeah, thank you for letting me take another crack at it. And Shirley, I hope you know I would never talk over you. I think I've got one of those phones that whenever you talk or try to answer something, it just it crackles through. Sometimes I'll be able to stop. And I think I got one of those phones where it has a hard time going both ways.
Right.
Yeah. Tonight has been this morning has been an amazing. I mean, you had new callers. You had that fellow Toast, I guess, from Philadelphia. He said he admired truckers and he always wondered what the stories going on in Truckers Only. And he thought, boy, there's some great stories coming out there. I can assure you, Toast, you can believe this. The hills were a lot steeper and the women were a lot prettier. That's you could tack that onto them stories. But I think he said something that's the greatest compliment is, you know, you had the pretty looking girls up on the Weather Channel. And he appreciated that, but it doesn't compare to a trucker on the side of the road explaining how the traffic's sliding all over the place and telling how the conditions are. You know, it's ankle deep snow on the road. It just, that was a great compliment to you. And what we missed when the other situation dried up, we were desperate for stuff like this. We were totally out of contact with our trucking world. And I just really appreciate that you are back and up and running.
Oh yeah.
And I also think about that. I also think about that state trooper who's standing out there, you know, saying all this bad stuff about all them trucks on the road. Well, and from the bumper to bumper, it came by truck on his cruiser. From his boots to the top of his head, his hat, it all came by truck. So it just, I appreciate what you just said about, you know, we're supposed to be some kind of heroes out here. But sometimes the law enforcement, the first thing they want is that logbook, and that's an attack on that. And it's, you know, it's out to get your money. And we're not feeling that. We feel the respect from everybody. But law enforcement still, we feel like we're nothing. And it just, the understanding, you know, it don't, like when you had quoted the whatever state and they did the enforcement in all the E-log violations. Well, some of the violations in the E-log, you know, I mean, if the machine don't upload or can't upload, it can't upload. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's, you know, did these drivers get right up? That's in the record. They got all this stuff that goes against the drivers. Well, them drivers with the E-log having trouble with them, and I've had them freeze up on me before when I was using them. Hey, you know, you got to keep rolling. Then I'm told you got to stop when that E-log goes down. You got to go get a paperwork or a fax telling about your last 7 days. Where? You know, I'm out here in the middle of nowhere, and there's no truck stops anywhere close to have that. So yeah, we don't feel like heroes to the guys in under the blue, and we do appreciate them. Like I said, I got my sister, my son, and my grandson currently, after getting back from Afghanistan, went through the police academy. He's now serving too. So I love the people in blue, but I still feel like, you just feel like you're getting kicked around out here a lot. So what a great show tonight. We missed this, brother. I mean, seriously, we missed this. And it's great to hear the old names, the new guys coming on. And that's what I do. I keep sharing it. I do my best. I let everybody know that there's access. 700 WLW Facebook page come on and put out a message, and I put on there that, hey, if y'all want to listen to a good trucking show, I give them Steve Summers Overnight Drive. So if any of you old truckers miss him, right there he is. You ain't going to lose him. All you have to go to Facebook and find him. So, and if I get him to Facebook and get him on there, then they'll find out about YouTube. You'll get it. You'll get them straightened out. And sorry about the Facebook, but I got to keep that because if I didn't do that, I wouldn't know what my grandkids look like.
I hear
you. And Lord, it's been over a year. It's been over a year since I've seen my own grandkids.
Wow.
And Grandma and me both are, and we don't know the end of it. I looked at her and she looked at me the other night. I'm saying, honey, the way it looks, we may never get to see our own grandkids again. And that's a terrifying thought. So prayers out there that this gets over with. Maybe, like I said earlier, maybe the hand of God has been lifted off our country, and maybe we get it turned around. Other than that, thank y'all for putting up with me. And other than that, I'm going to sit back in the rocking chair and ride and enjoy the rest of the show. How about it?
All right. You got it. Always appreciate your input, Chevy guy. You've become a staple of the regular callers for some time now. All right. Lastly, we all, of course, we witnessed on Inauguration Day Joe Biden picking up one pen after another, fumbling around to pick them up. See how much difficulty he was having getting those pens out of the little pen holder for the executive order signatures. It looks like the fight is on now. According to the report out of Texas, Joe Biden's actions against the oil and gas industry, including cancellation of the Keystone Pipeline, has caused a chilling effect among the energy workers all over this country, as well as on the industry as a whole. And legal remedies will be sought, according to Texas Land Commissioner George P. Bush this past day, for an industry that employs over 400,000 Texans and on average pays $120,000 a year. This is the lifeblood of our economy. We're going to leverage every legal remedy available to the state and find standing to seek remedy in the federal court system, just like we did during the Obama administration, as Texas has successfully fought back against federal overreach for generations. This comes as Montana's Attorney General said Wednesday as well. He and attorneys general from several other states are reviewing their legal options to protect residents and their sovereign interests. Revoking the Keystone permit on his first day, sparking outcry from Republicans and even some Democrats over the jobs lost by that move. With his flurry of executive order activity, this sends a chilling effect, not only to the industry, but, the hardworking individuals all over our country that rely on these jobs to put food on the table. And this is a meaningful issue for them, and sometimes it's lost by the coastal elites. Now, while Bush said he'd like to give Biden the benefit of the doubt on the decision, the president has shut the energy industry out of having any sort of meaningful discussions. So he believes we're going to have to be in the courts to find any sort of remedies. Bush noted the Democrats also oppose Biden's move, including 4 party members in the Texas U.S. House delegation and the AFL-CIO president, Richard Trumka, who was a Biden supporter. Texas could lose 120,000 jobs between now and 2022, with the suspension of new oil and gas leases, which most likely is also going to lead to some other legal action there in the state of Texas. And you're talking one state, 120,000 jobs, most of which, again, pay an average of $120,000 a year. Those good paying jobs. What's your average solar technician making? 40,000, something like that? I know, it was a far cry from these good-paying energy jobs. Okay, lastly, as we get a final check of our travelers' weather, okay, as our ice storm continues to wreak havoc in parts of Kentucky, on over into West Virginia, Maryland, even in the Washington, D.C. area. We now just kind of prepare for record lows to be challenged this weekend. Looking at the map for Saturday night, bitterly, I mean, this polar vortex is going to be sweeping deep into the southern tier of the country. We could see freezing or near freezing temperatures, hell, as far south as almost Austin, Texas, they tell us. Dallas is going to be in line for some snow. We could see some snow, potentially even in the Houston area. It's going to be cold. So those could be some record levels, 20s, teens, even single digits. By the time we get to Saturday night, portions of Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Arkansas, which again is going to set the stage for winter weather. I was looking at some of the maps. I think Big Ed might have linked this up, where if this storm that they're talking about develops and comes to fruition, the moisture that's going to be crossing Mexico, heading into the south central states, and then tapping into the Gulf of Mexico, there are maps right now depicting a large swath of north central and northwestern Oklahoma, the Texas-Oklahoma panhandle, potentially 15 inches. The rest of Oklahoma showing models depicting could very well see 10-inch snowfall totals. Now, for that part of the country, that would be big. Now, it's only Thursday morning, so we got a couple days. There's still a lot of uncertainty as to where that's all going to come together. But between Saturday and Monday, the cold air presses all the way down, literally to the Texas-Mexico border. It's going to be freezing from Albuquerque to Dallas. And getting close to the freezing mark as far south, they say, as Brownsville, Texas. That's a deep surge of cold air. Thank you so much for being with us. Thanks for all those who participated. Again, thanks to our first-time callers. Last day. Today is it. Get registered. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Click on Contest. Top prize here, our stellar electronic Pluto Duo headset. We'll be announcing a winner tonight. Second prize, our Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo, 2 64-ounce Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator, 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. And, of course, make sure you're with us tonight as Chris Gabrelchik will be joining us on the line to take some of your calls. And I hope many will call to thank Chris for putting this all together to get this up and running. And I know he's got plans for so much more. So we wouldn't be here, me and you wouldn't be here talking to each other without Chris and the whole team that's been working on all this there at Hot Shot Secret. See you back tonight at the midnight hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.